Okay. Immediately after you. No. Wait, we do this. One question. Oh, wait. Actually,
I'll ask you introduction we talked about it.
Sure.
10 minutes, like,
No, we
No,
can get.
we can get like 2 or 3.
I'm gonna when we introduce them, I'm gonna say. Remember, actually, as you're pulling people down. So what I'm gonna do is, if I pull a name out of a bucket, I'm gonna pre-pull. Pre-pull a name out of a bucket. I'm gonna say, "Can you grab this one?" As they come downstairs, and I'm going down. Tell them. Remember that you only have 5 to 10 minutes to speak your or else there's only going to be one question. So in order to have more questions, very powerful, impactful.
Make sure you have a very serious.
And if they question you, be like, you gotta do that.
You gotta email them mid-show.
Very good. You mixed that, right? Or like an engineer? It sounds really good.
You engineer? Yeah.
Wait,
Yes. So there might be a few more like that. And then, you're gonna go first. Try to figure it out. Let me know when.
I will ask you about, you mentioned, you have all audio and through a post session. I will ask about that. And then we have time to hide one.
That's true. You're right. You're right.
Let's have guests start sitting down.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god!
Holy shit!
Holy
Man,
That's how you go tour, man.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm James. Nice to
I'm
meet
just
you.
glad to be back in the States.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I don't mind going back to Germany soon.
Oh, nice. Cool. Yeah.
We're doing a random off of the guest list.
Oh,
You have a seat.
yes.
You don't mind being seated to show everyone that.
How you been, though?
Good. Like, kind of funny, like, I moved to the OC, right? Randomly, everybody thought I quit. I was like, no, I just moved.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I just didn't want to be in LA. I didn't have to be in LA. So, like, I'm in LA still twice a week, but I'm like, dude, I'd rather drive 1 hour each way or an hour and a half in traffic each way twice a week than every time I need to go to the studio in 45 minutes of traffic.
You're already driving an hour anyway.
Yeah.
Are you working out the spot that was by the next or?
Oh, no, I'll just, so depending on the client, they might already have a studio at their house.
Oh, okay. You're going on call. Oh yeah.
Most of the clients, hey, how you doing, man? How you been?
I love that. I'm James.
That's good. No, but like a lot of people will have a studio in their house, so like I'll just pull up on them. For instance, like I gotta go to Altadena this weekend.
That's you guys.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Like I gotta go to Altadena this Sunday, right? So I'm like, okay, Friday I'm supposed to do. Yo, what up? How you doing, man? Hey, yeah, nice to meet you, man. Friday I gotta take my wife to the doctor. And I was like, hey, like since I work on my own schedule, like I'll just go with you and I'll make it a thing to do something Friday that I need to do in LA. Saturday, we're planning on booking a hotel because it's one of my best friends' weddings on Saturday. Pasadena. And so I'm like, since I'll get a hotel, I can just wake up and set up my appointment at 12 in Altadena to do a studio consultation for Bill. And they, yeah, so it's one of those things where I'm like, oh, yeah,
Where's that from? Thanks for coming.
Beats. Yeah, like, I guess, like beat.
What are you talking about? Beat. Yeah.
Like beat.
Beat.
That's hilarious. But yeah, no, so like that's how I do it. Like anytime I see an opportunity to come out here and I'm like, let me just schedule out the work that I can and just maximize the time I'm here so when I leave, there's no traffic. Yeah, I just came back from the tour with Exhibit. We went.
What was that label?
Oh, Greenback Records.
Yeah.
Connor McGregor.
I was like, what the heck, sir?
Yeah, like it's the wildest thing because like the way I look at it is like if you do a bad job, you know he can literally kick your ass. His fists are officially lethal weapons. Yeah, because he's a professional boxer, he can't use his own fists.
I saw Lucky to like he started.
Yeah, and he's putting a lot of money and like a lot of weight behind it. Yeah, so he also signed something.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's going after the West Coast market first. But after the tour we just came back from, that's evident of anything. It's good no problem. Yeah, because each show was sold out. And we did a very like last minute low key tour just to kind of test what he would sound like with a full band. And yeah, he like at the end of the tour he's like, dude, there's no way I'm gonna perform that. He's like, I'm never gonna make it. So we created an official team for him.
Yeah, I can go back and listen to it again. So
There were some songs that I forgot he did, because like realistically I flew in blind. Like I knew Exhibit because I grew up listening to it. But like I had never met the band. I had never met the musical director that I did before because I was recommended by Lester Mendoza, who I don't know if you remember Lester with our studio. He would work with like Chloe and everybody. He worked part of Beyonce's studio. And so he originally got offered the they're like, hey, if you can, come by the rehearsal and just check out what's going on. I'm like, cool. I was expecting just to like be there and maybe like basic instrumentation around it, like just maybe playing the same track. No, they elevated to the point where like, I can't hear the same songs anymore. I can't hear it the same anymore. And I'm like, cool. So the next official show where we're gonna have a full band is gonna be Kings of the West, which has like Snoop, Ice Cube, and everybody on it. So it's gonna be nothing but West Coast hip hop.
Whatever record they make next, gonna have more live music. That's like live
Yeah,
music.
that's kind of his. Because he released the single for the album already, and that single already features like new songs like but this one was like he went the no chorus approach for the single, so it's kind of funny. It's just a straight verse. But I've listened to the album. There's I can't. I have that shit insane. Like that's pretty crazy. I was like, this is for a guy that hasn't.
Younger or the older?
Generationally relevant.
Okay.
Generationally relevant. But you might, because I can't
Yeah.
say. But if you go on Instagram, and look up tour date, you will song. And it was a song we never performed throughout the entire tour until that last song on the show. And we did the encore already. The crowd was actually like so dope that night that he's like, fuck it, let's do a second. And the band had like not really rehearsed it. Like said 11 shows in, we never played the song once. So 11th show, he's like, fuck it, find the song to play. We didn't play the entire song. So it was. Look it up on Instagram, you'll probably. But I just can't say it.
Don't worry, we're not live yet. It's all good.
The mics aren't live. I wouldn't be responsible if I said it. Oh my god, we both went for the opposite and switched. No, it was cool. Like, I ended up using the same console that Shackle used with this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just brought the smallest setup I could possibly minimize it. Because they gave me essentially one stagehand. They gave me a production finger. And I could tell from the get-go that there wasn't like a set theme because all of this was arranged on the last. So it was like, okay, so I have to do front of house and monitors. Cool. I need a console that I can quickly, like, I don't care about running a Waves server and having a million plugins because that's just gonna overcomplicate shit if one thing goes wrong. So SQ5 for the win and just done. Yeah. And we still recorded the entire thing, like 32 channels recording every show.
Who's not checked in?
Me.
Oh shit! Alright.
I like how Shaq made it past you. Holy shit, bro!
So I was upstairs. Can we, this second row, can we scoot y'all up a little bit? Y'all back row looks like some.
Love that. Yeah.
Can I check y'all in? Can you have QR code? Yeah, thank you. Okay? Oh shit. Oh shit.
How many options?
Walter? Perfect.
Are you voting this side?
You do on the other side. There's
Yeah, we'll start the other side.
We are live, so don't say anything like really racist or anything right now. We keep it, the line is sexism, so like you can. That's not a good joke for this industry. That's a horrible joke. What up, Dominic? Can I check you in? Yeah. It's good to see you. All four? Just yeah, come on in. We are live. Oh, by the way, when we start the broadcast, and I let you know, this is the recording. And if there's any sort of failures, there should be no way. Bryson, what's up?
Thank you. Remember I told you about my friend guy? Yeah, so he's gonna be on the panel. Yeah, because he just did one weekend, he did 6 different sections for AM. Yeah, he was in front of all like everything. So like from Rock on the case, he has to set up like time down.
Or you can just give me a last. Matthew? Yeah, have a seat, please. Yeah, we're oh,
Remember I told you I was going to
oh, that's you? You go by Matthew? Matt? My ski. Oh,
You guys say that?
Hopefully, unless they
It's a film camera. At least we try to get one
actually, well, now you guys are sitting here for 3 hours, but, alright. Who got my email? Who's read through my stupid long-ass email with the
Who went through their spam folder?
Yeah, so I saw it. Did y'all see my email? You didn't get individual emails, but if you were dumb, okay. James, one moment. If I can have your attention, please. We have a really amazing list of special guests here tonight. They're upstairs, they're waiting. And honestly, their time, and all of our time, including y'all's too, so I said in the email, the time of the guests alone is worth the value of the speech. So we want to make sure we greet them with honor. And even if you don't mind, personal thank you, as this will also be on the recording. For every single guest that we call out, regardless of whether or not you know who they are personally, if you don't mind being gracious to give them like a standing ovation if they walk in, make sure that they feel really special, especially for the ones that you don't know. Is that cool?
Yeah, love you back.
Yeah, we want them to feel very special as a thank you. So if you don't mind doing that.
When Boo makes a bad joke, you guys
don't laugh.
You can boo.
Don't boo. Yeah, boo the bad jokes. He is our Brian Redband. So that is. Yeah. Any other questions about that? Y'all have any questions for me before we start like recording this shit? Y'all stoked? Yeah. We're gonna have so much fun. And we'll talk about it a little bit more once the recording starts. We are live. Avoid saying anything crazy. Yeah, I'm just really excited for this. We worked really hard. If it was up to me, I am so fucking lazy, so I really didn't want to do this. But it's because of listeners like y'all that like really make this fun for us. It's the other reason why we do it.
I know that sounds like BDS, but in reality, me and DJ at least started working together on the podcast August of 2020. Now 2024, we're 4 years in together at the very least. It's crazy to see how far it's actually gone, to be honest. All the people that have actually like guessed the show are still people that we consider friends in this industry. So it's kind of wild to think that just hanging out with our friends, having conversations, kind of
I'm here to tag along.
I'm just here for the
You
ride.
guys gotta pay to hear this, yeah.
We're gonna start off with a great opener too. Y'all fans of y'all ever heard of the blasphemous podcast Kill Tony? Yeah, I'm a huge The fact that I like Kill Tony is you should keep watching. And
Which one?
Yeah, this is not gonna be a roast. But we're gonna pull names out of a bucket. It's gonna be completely improvised. Me and Lou actually are probably retarded. So like this is we have no idea how this is gonna go.
Medically.
What up, David? Come on in, dude!
Oh shit.
You guys are on the bus.
I saw you on the bus earlier. That was crazy.
Oh, this is why.
Hi.
You're the guy that was yelling at her on the bus. Just making sure she got here safe.
Be safe. That's what he was yelling.
It's okay. It's okay.
Before we get started, let's like go around the table.
Thank you. You want to yes. Huh?
Crotch shot.
Yeah.
Just straight down the line.
Yes.
We wanted to be candid. No one was expecting this.
Is that? Are you just happy to see me? I like the translation.
Also, if y'all could give it up for Zane, who's helping out. He's part of the playback. He's going to be helping out with the guest mic as well as running the stream. We have 3 cameras. We're gonna like try to look like we know what we're doing here.
Try. And shout out to Playback OT. Honestly, letting us this
Yeah.
year.
What
Giving
we
us
need
the
to do,
space.
we need to do playback in OG on the room.
Yeah.
Talking about that, we need to put the sponsor logos on the screen. I'll do that first. I'll do that.
Okay.
It's not
Hey. Don't fix it in the mix, okay? Don't do that.
Hey, when guests are arriving, I'm being notified of who's arriving. Before we get started, can we do let's grab the for the stream here. Okay, calm down. Alright. For the stream. What's on?
You've never heard your own voice.
For the stream here, before we start recording, let's briefly go up around the room. If y'all want to do we want to pass the mic around, Zane, or is it too short to pass the mic around? Should we have people come to the front?
Audience mic can be everywhere.
Sweet. Well, so you can be on the camera. That's the wide angle one right there. Why doesn't everybody come up, share their name, where they're from, and either if you have listened to the podcast, there's no shame if you haven't. If you have listened to the podcast, like one of your favorite takeaways or episodes, and if you haven't, then like what you're looking to learn tonight. What you're looking to learn tonight. Is that cool? All right, let's start over here. My brother in the white sweater. Let's come on up. You don't have to be on the camera, but you can do if you like. All right, here, right in front of the table. Right in front of the table. Say hi to everybody.
What's up, everybody? Hope everybody's having a good night. No, I hope everybody's having a good time right now.
Yeah.
I'm Alexander. I'm from Inglewood, California, right here, south. I'm gonna be quite honest. I'm a complete beginner. The homie Gilmy brought me. My buddy, he's a master at what he does. So I'm just here willing to learn. I'm a complete beginner, so I don't know. I don't want to curse.
Fucking
but,
go, man!
But I know I'm gonna learn something tonight, and it's great to be
Hell yeah.
around professionals like you
Maybe
guys. So.
learn not to do this. Oh,
Yeah.
You might
But yeah,
learn.
thank you.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Thank you for coming. Gilby, come on up.
All right. What's good, stream? Gilby here from LA, but what's up, stream from LA, but studios in Long Beach. And one of my takeaways is one time I heard DK saying, "Your best mentor will be a book," and I really took that away. I've been reading and it's awesome, man. It's like having your own personal mentor.
That's right.
Yeah.
Americans are willing to die for their country, but how about you just start off by reading a fucking book for your country? That's right. That's an old Shang Wang joke. Okay, anyway. Hell yeah, Gilby, thank you.
What's up, stream?
What up?
I'm Deus. I'm from Carson.
Woo!
Yeah, I drove all the way here from my work, so like 1 hour drive. So yeah, I listened to your podcast, for since last year, and one of the key takeaways is just I'm really shy. Yeah, just protect your mental health. That's
Hell yeah.
one of the best things I
Hell
read so
yeah.
far. And I just want to learn, observe everything, and from great people around here, and just meet new friends. That's it.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Deus. Nice to meet you. Let's do these quick. Justin, come on up.
What's up, everybody? I'm Justin, also known as Hippie. I'm from Portland, Oregon. Oh, hello, Paul. Hello, live stream. And I'm an artist. I no longer make music like that, but I do more engineering production now, and it's become a whole new learning thing for me. I would say I'm still a beginner. I'm willing to learn. I've been doing it for about 1.5 years or so, or 2 years. It's really fun. I'd say from the podcast, what I learned, especially what stuck with me, was probably like talking to the artist, of how the artist speaks about how they want a song, and then utilizing that in the way we know how to mix a song in the way they say it feels like this or feel like that. That really spoke to me when working with artists. It's helped a lot. So.
Nice. Amazing. Thank you.
I'm gonna stay back here.
No worries.
Hey everyone, I'm Shaq, mixing engineer here in North Hollywood. What's that? What? Extraordinaire. That's right. Love you guys' podcast. I think some of my favorite stuff is when you talk about stuff that's not mixing music, even though the name of the podcast is Mixing Music.
I agree. Which is really unfortunate, actually, for our audience.
Right. A little misleading, but it's all good. I was on the podcast once a couple of years ago. That was a really fun experience. And yeah, excited to learn whatever comes up. There isn't any one thing in particular that I look forward to learning tonight.
You should mention your.
Yeah.
Don't be humble
Well, okay.
about it,
So yeah.
So if anybody doesn't know, Shaq is a badass.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's an album that I worked on that is, well, I guess the consideration period for the Grammys just ended. Hopefully, make it to the next round. See
What was your
happens.
role in that specifically?
Additional mixing.
Hell yeah,
Sort of
dude.
consultation.
Let's get a round of applause for that.
How's it going, guys? My name is Joseph. I am a session musician. I'm based in Los Angeles. This is my first time listening to this podcast. I was personally invited by Lou to come over here.
Hell yeah.
Met him
Welcome.
at a gig.
Saturday.
Met him, yeah, literally Saturday. Texted me, he's like, yo, this is...
Oh,
such
y'all
event
don't
cool."
even know each other.
No,
like
I
that.
just met
Well,
him.
depends on what you mean by know each other.
Like, personally, no. No, I would love to get to know him personally.
Boo, Bobo and Lou, boo. Yeah, dude.
But yeah, super excited to be here. Super fun. Hope to learn a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's all about all there is. Yeah.
Cool.
Nice, welcome.
Hello, my name is Walter. I'm out of Houghton, California. My first time podcast.
Mic to the face, mic to
Oh.
the face, yeah.
Yeah, first I listened to the podcast and just learn anything, honestly.
Hell yeah.
Oh, how's everybody doing?
Good.
All right. I'm formerly known as Chuchi Retro. My friends call me Retro. I went to an event that they had previous, and I'm here again to hopefully learn something new again.
Hell yeah.
What's up, everybody? My name's Happy Hour. I'm originally from Seattle, but I live out in Orange County right now. I'm a producer, engineer, and songwriter. Been listening to the podcast for a while now. Learning. Thank you guys for hosting this for all of us.
We got like 4 or 5 minutes left before the stream is supposed to recording is supposed to start. That being said, let's do it. Let's keep going over here. Let's come up over here. You want to go first? Go, Matt.
Skeed on the
What up? My name's Matt, also mixed by
If
Skeed.
you want to, say hi to the screen.
What up, stream? First time in real life. I used to be one of those guys. Watching it. Yeah, you know, watching from the internet.
I used to be the guy on the other side of the screen.
What's it like to break the fourth wall?
I mix, I record from Orange County. And I think my favorite part about the podcast is when they talk about like the business and how they've gone about like their rates and management or no management. I mean, that's like my favorite part is when they talk about like that because it makes me feel better about my business. Oh, okay. It's not just me. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
What's going on? What's up, stream? My name is Brian. I'm originally from Massachusetts. I'm in Hermosa Beach right now, though. I'm an artist and producer, not professional, just hobbyist, but hopefully releasing some music soon. And so just like looking to learn some of the details around that. And also first time in a professional recording studio, so just kind of like taking it all in.
Welcome.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Hi, I'm Ashley. I'm the wife of James. I'm originally from California, most recently Utah, and I don't know if I'm looking to learn anything, just here to support, I guess. I'm also a singer, so maybe I'll learn something. I don't know. We'll see. Thanks.
You go. Make sure
I should plug you. They're giving advice.
Yo, my name is David. Most people call me D2. I'm a mastering engineer. Run my own mastering business called Miller Time Masters. Check that out. It's on everywhere. I don't know if I'm a student of the game. I actually gave DK the idea to start the podcast. I came to him.
What the
I just touched him on the shoulder one time while he was asleep, and I was like, just start the podcast. So now I'm playing. Just here to learn, just here to support, and I'm out. Thank you.
Nice, that was good.
That's funny.
That's the vibe we're going for.
What's up? I'm Mars, producer, engineer. I worked for Lou and DK. Had the pleasure of working for them.
We had the pleasure of you working for us.
Thank you. But always here to learn. Always a lot to learn when you're listening to them. So excited to hear from them.
Yeah. Dami Daily today.
Dami Daily today. I'm just kidding. What's good, everyone? My name is Dami Villegas. I'm a photographer now. I'm just kidding. I'm an artist engineer. Also worked under DK and Lou. Learned a lot. Now I started my own studio. These are my peoples right here, my squad. You'll get to learn about them soon. But yeah.
Why don't you introduce them? Because we're short on
Oh, okay.
time. Yeah.
So here, our head engineer Dom, then our head producer Julian, and one of our artists Anali. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Just excited to learn.
Welcome.
What's good, y'all? I'm Dom, also known as Saint Fan. I'm an artist and an engineer. Galactic Groove Studios. I'm from Fontana,
Nice.
California.
Cool.
And, yeah,
Hell
I haven't seen too much of the podcast, but I'm excited to be here. It's all about.
Cool. Great.
And then, no offense, but like, if we could go quick.
Hi, so I'm Julian, and I'm a music producer and DJ from Fontana, California.
Woo!
And yeah, I've never actually heard the podcast or listened to it before. I was just invited by Dami right here.
Hell yeah!
And I'm honestly looking to just improve my mixing skills. I'd say mine are fairly good, but I'd like to go even further beyond and honestly just put out stuff that I could be really proud of.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice.
Hi, stream. I'm Amanda. I'm actually currently an assistant engineer at a video game recording studio.
Hell yeah!
But I do watch D and Lou do their thing.
Amanda came to my birthday run. You did a lap with me.
I only did a lap.
Yeah.
Yes, he had a birthday run, and I drove all the way from Orange County because that's where I
To
live.
fucking do a quarter mile with me.
A quarter of a mile.
I didn't
It
even.
was great. It was amazing.
I would have done
Yeah,
like
dude,
two.
I just realized that you didn't even pull up, dude.
He like personally invited me, and I was like, no.
He just didn't want to run, pretty much.
I'll send a text. It's good.
Would it make you feel better if I didn't show up 2 in a row?
yeah,
I do a lot
actually.
better
I'm
now.
2 for 2.
The real homies don't show up. That's
We roast each other. We don't support each other.
Takeaway, a lot of the mental health stuff you guys talk about, that is actually very, very important.
That's true.
That's
If
true.
you guys can see. Sorry.
Go to
I
therapy.
find it funny because like I'm definitely kind of like a go hard or go home kind of guy, but at the same time, it's like not worth your brain though. not worth like taking it easy.
Sometimes it's okay to go soft.
What do you mean by that, Lou?
Yeah. Please. All right. Let's have Lou come over here now, or do you want to stay over there?
I say make it easier for the guests.
Well, might be two guests. Is this what? Yeah. So let's have you over here then.
Oh, so we're doing.
Yeah. So if you know, that was your chair.
That was at the end.
Oh yes, David. Sorry, David. Yeah, get as close to the corner as you can. All right. All right. Before we start recording, again, a couple few words of business. Remember what deal we made about when every guest comes in? Please keep that in mind.
1, 2.
This is being recorded, and do not fucking make me RX 3.5 hours of audio, please, by the love of God. Okay.
Yeah.
So when the guests are talking, please shut your traps, please.
Just make sure your
I do
ringtones
not.
are down.
I really
Yes.
don't want to edit this audio. I never edit my audio. If you're real fans of the podcast, you know that everything, every fart, every burp is in there.
You can hear me
unedited.
breathing.
Every time loose sniffles directly into the microphone, that shit is in there, loud. All right, so just be aware. So just be respectful of that.
Oh.
On that note, please laugh. Please have a good time. Please learn. I don't know what to say. And let's make this one of the best fucking night of our lives!
Yeah! Woo-hoo! Yeah.
All right, let's start recording. Did you hit the record button?
It's a Christian.
It's recorded? All right, let's start this off. Everybody quiet down. We're going to do it.
Recording engineer is always recording.
Hey. Welcome back to the Mixing Music Podcast. I'm your host, DK, and with me, as always, is my lovely co-host, Live Lou.
That is right. We are live, aren't we?
We are live, and special guest, host of the exclusive episodes, my very dear friend, James Parrish.
Yeah, what's up, guys? You didn't get any applause. they were sick of Lou.
There you go.
I'm okay being.
Well, if you're on the stream right now, stay on the stream because we are giving away and raffling away a free Kive plugin. Shout out, everybody! Shout out to our sponsor, Kive Audio.
Yeah.
And we're going to be giving away a free NF Fuse. So it's that. Well, we can't say company names, but it's a really great master bus processor plugin. They're most demanded, high in demand, most popular plugin. We're going to be giving away for those on the stream. So stick around.
What are we giving away for the people here?
For the people here, if you paid the money to have a seat here, you are automatically being raffled for our other sponsor, brought to you by Loughton Audio, giving away one of these mics that I'm holding right now, an LS208. Everyone put your hands together. We will be giving away a microphone later on this recording and stream. Here's the deal, folks. We have no idea what the fuck we're doing. I really didn't want to do this because I'm really lazy. This episode is going to be weird.
Amen.
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be entertaining, maybe educational if we're lucky. I will probably bring up Eastern philosophy, whatever. And
I will be there to shut you down.
And we're going to have some fantastic. That's the deal. We're going to have 5-minute interviews, maybe 10-minute interviews, depending on how much time we have. Yes. And the point of this episode is because the Mixing Music Podcast, as of a couple months ago, hit 1 million total downloads.
Yeah.
1 million downloads. 1 million times some idiot decided that we good to listen to. Oh.
Does it count if my mom's listening?
Alright.
I think she's a beautiful woman.
This episode is completely improvised, and we have no idea what's going to happen. We have no idea. It may get offensive. It may not. Hopefully, we'll learn something again. And again, shout out. This episode is brought to you by Kive Audio. Thank you, Eddie, for giving away raffle off, and to Loughton Audio. Amazing. Seriously, me and Lou, we have Loughton Audio right now. The best mics that we have. We couldn't have done this sponsors. And without you for coming and for watching the stream.
Yeah.
Hey, who's on the Discord server? Yeah? Maybe I forgot to ping everybody. I don't know if you have the authority to. I forgot to ping everybody. That late. Totally live. We have no idea what.
I can do it.
All right. Hold on. We're trying to get this done right. All right. First off, the first thing that we want to do is has anybody listened to the exclusive episodes of the podcast for a while with James? We've had before James, it was a named Braden, and Braden left us behind. Take 1 minute of our time to play back this recording of my very dear friend, former mastering engineer, now currently psychologist in school. Listen to Braden Flint. Here's a message.
Hello, 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 my friends, and welcome to the celebration of the 1 million downloads for the Mixing Music Podcast. How exciting is this? I am the former host of the exclusive content, Braden, from the company formerly known as Flint Mastering. I no longer master anymore, and the exclusive content has been taken over by James and DK, who do a phenomenal job. But I wanted to join today to say congratulations to DK and Lou. There's no two other people that are more deserving of this success. DK and Lou are the men, both individually, the man and the men together. DK gave me a ton of great opportunities when I didn't have much going for me, was an incredible mentor, shared so much wisdom with me, as he does with everybody in the community through the podcast every week. So I just wanted to come on and say thank you to DK and Lou for everything y'all have done for the mixing music community, for mastering, for producing, for all of it, for just music in general. And I want to say thank you personally as a friend for everything you've done for me, and I could not be happier for you guys, and I'm so proud of you and so stoked for your success of 1 million downloads. Does anyone even know how much a million is? That's out of this world. 1 million downloads. Anyway, congratulations, you guys. I hope you have a wonderful celebration all together, and best of luck with the future of the Mixing Music Podcast, and I'm sure before long we'll see y'all at 2 million downloads. Congrats again, DK and Lou.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
DK, do you even know how much a million is?
Dude, for real. I actually avoided listening to that until just now. That was really.
What if you said something really insulting?
That would
Like,
have
I
been
would
on
kinda
brand.
hope
That would
for
have been
that.
on brand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And probably well deserved. All right, let's give it up for our first guest, opener of the show. Ready for this? Ready for this? Oh my goodness! Spoiling the surprise.
Who we will not say who they are yet.
Yeah.
It is still a surprise for everyone.
He's been on this podcast before, been on live streams before, is well known, multi-gold, multi-platinum, has worked with T.I., The Weeknd, Jay-Z, Peso Paloma, Future, Playboy Cardi, Swiss Beats, Kanye West, Travis Scott, your mama. Ear
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, just stick that to your
Hello,
face.
hello,
Welcome
hello,
to
hello.
the show.
Thank you.
Everyone, give it up one more time for Ear
Yeah. What's up, guys? What's up? What's up?
Yeah, thank you so much for being here.
Of course.
We're very, very honored to have you and your time here. As
Likewise.
always. The first thing we asked every guest what we want, what they want to talk about, and you mentioned something.
Yeah.
You and Ye didn't know how to spell key.
Oh yeah, that's a funny story. That's
like
true.
this one fact.
Yeah. So
tell
you
us
like
about that.
you like the intro, right? Where it says this ain't cheddar, this quiche. So in my large, vast collection of bow ties, I have one where I can program whatever it says. Like it's like a little screen that turns around, with the words that turn around. And so I wanted to write that, but I'm like, I don't fucking know. So I had to Google it. And it was like a hashtag immigrant moment for me to look up how to spell it because I didn't know. So then I sent him a video of, like this, like filming the thing that turned around. I'm like, look at this. He's like, oh, dude, I didn't know how to spell it. I'm like, well, that's the two of us. So yeah, I guess we both didn't know how to spell key.
I have another question. What's the most
Yeah.
you spent on a bow tie?
The most money I spent
On
That's
a bow
actually a
tie.
good question.
Yeah.
maybe $80.
Oh man, I was expecting like
No, but the most expensive one I have is actually a gift from my family. They give it to me. They actually got it made out of gold for the first for the first time I got nominated for a Grammy.
Wow.
So like to celebrate Grammys, it's all gold and stuff, so it kind of goes with the theme. So that I don't know how much they spent, but it's definitely more than $80.
Yeah, maybe like 85, 90
Maybe.
or something like that. Yeah.
$85.99.
Yeah.
So I have to ask, logistically,
Yeah.
the last couple, right?
Mhm.
From what I understand, the mix was revised after it was.
Yes and no. So Donda came out 2021, right? Came out. We did a deluxe version shortly after that had a checklist and a slight adjustments. Like we removed a hat from one, not real mixing things, but just edits.
Like production.
Yeah, like little things, if I remember correctly. Then fast forward a few years, Vultures 2 got released with basically the rough mixes or the recording sessions
That you didn't
audio.
touch.
I didn't touch. Well, I did because I was I was working on all volumes. So some songs ended up here, some songs ended up there, but it was like a mix, a mix of mix. And then eventually, Vultures 2 got all completely replaced with all my mixes. So what's out right now is all of my mixes that completely replaced all the first release. So the album was out for like I don't know, like a month or so or two, or I don't know, without my touch on it, and then I took over and I replaced everything.
The question on because it happens when it's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
hey, we need
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, it was funny. I was in my dad's living room and I get a text like, "Hey, can you mix the album? Like the one that's out?" Wait.
Like,
So
that's kind of a wild conversation.
no. I mean, in any of those caliber artists, it's like you gotta do it as soon as possible. Like it's due 3 weeks ago.
It's released already.
Yeah. When they say it's due yesterday, no, it was like 3 weeks ago. So you gotta move super quick. But
A better question is, which albums?
right,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So but welcome to the entertainment world, right? Like crazy shit happens every day.
Yeah.
And that's why you're in the top 0.1%.
That's right.
Because you can do that. For
I
real.
like the confidence test, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Damn straight. Give it up one more time for Hugo. And then one more question for you, Corey. One more question for you, Corey.
Yes, I had a question about one of your mixes.
Mhm.
It's a more recent release. It is by the Sunday Service Choir. Thank God. The vocals were very clean, very forward. Could you kind of talk through what you did with the vocals there?
Sure. Track was very simple, maybe 10 sounds all together, drums,
Oh,
bass, synths, and everything, organs, and pianos and stuff. So it was very simple. Good thing because the producer knows, what he's doing, and so he left space for the thousands of freaking tracks for the vocals. Just the choir alone, that was like I think 4 takes, and I don't know how many people is that, but it was a bunch of guys, a bunch of
Yeah.
people. So a lot of space for the for everything else that was supposed to happen on top of the track. Now I left. I basically, like I always do in my mixes, I allocated all the stereo stuff to everything that is conclusive for the stereo stuff. So in the case of the choir, of course, it's absolutely fitting to have everything super wide, right? But then the lead vocals, then in the middle. Like T.I.'s vocal is super in the center. So is Dro, and everybody's like then in the middle. Kirk also. So, I like to move things around. That's how I start my mix. This. Move stuff out of the way.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's
Amazing.
awesome, yeah.
And the last question we have for you is, you have a DeLorean.
Ooh.
You're a fan of cars.
Ooh.
This is not this is not new news.
Right.
I've never asked you if you're a fan or how much of a Back to the
Quite a lot.
I mean, you have to be.
You have to purchase the car.
Yeah. I mean, I found out about the car through the movie, of course, but I'm more of a fan of the design of the car itself.
Is there anything in
Yeah.
specific about the cars that
It was designed in '76, and if you go out there right now and you look parked next to all the other cars, yes, it looks like a UFO. It's
Yeah.
50 years old, and it
Yeah.
still looks more futuristic than anything that comes out today. So I only drive old cars, so I don't have a modern car now, besides the rain car, but whatever. And they all have a thing, like a theme.
I love how that you have a.
I do. Yeah. It's a regular Mercedes.
Amazing,
Yeah.
amazing.
But the DeLorean is amazing, man. I mean, if you look at it, it's this tall. First of all, like when I'm driving, I look left and right on the freeway. All I see is wheels of other people's cars, because it's so low,
That's my perspective. Up in
So you can relate.
Is there a car you think is overhyped?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of them. All modern cars.
He doesn't want to die.
Yeah, it's too big.
He
Yeah,
doesn't want to die.
I don't want to piss off the wrong client.
No, definitely.
Well, I think that's the time's up. But
Cool.
Irko, what else do you want to say for everybody? What do you want to shout out or advice that you have? Anything you want to say?
I mean, I've been in the studio all summer doing a lot of albums. Like it's been my specialty for a while now, but these albums that I've been working on are incredible with, famous people that we named today and other people that are around that click. So there's a lot of stuff that you guys are going to see if you follow my social media. Anytime one of my clients posts my work, I always put it up with a little bow tie. You'll see a lot of that in the winter. Sure. But yeah, other than that, work, don't stop. Any no that you will hear is just a sign that you're closer to the next yes.
Love it.
Awesome.
Thank
Everybody
you.
stand up. Give one more round
Hey.
of applause. Let's go.
Hey, hello.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. See you guys around, okay?
Thank you so much.
Also, shout out to Studio Beat, right? The name of your studio?
Sorry?
Studio Beat, right? Shout out to Studio Beat.
At Irko
Awesome.
Studio Beat.
It's an awesome studio.
And YouTube as well. You have a really informative, great YouTube channel.
All right, guys. Take care, okay?
Bye, Irko.
Bye.
Thank you
Peace.
so much.
Thank
How was that? Great opener. Yeah. Everybody excited? We're still good. We're figuring this shit out. Slowly. Who? Give it up for James for that question. Was that good? Well informed. Did his research.
I asked questions.
All right. Zen's out there. Hold on. We have a few assistants from the studio that are helping us out, and we are trying to figure out the next guest is ready. Lucas, is the next guest ready? Sweet.
I love the way he just popped in.
Sweet.
Yes.
All right. Up next is a guy that's on Instagram. He's actually worked at this studio. A bucket pull here from one of the goats. Ivan, recently, did you get a green card or did he just become a citizen? Something like that. He belongs here now. He's one of us now. You fucking know.
Green
He's
card, green
American.
card.
Green card. Ivan is one of my good friends, social media connoisseur, amazing editor, amazing producer, has
You forget amazing person.
amazing person. Give it up, everyone, for Ivan from Oregon! Any of these,
them.
dude. Any of
Your
these.
favorite one.
Your
What-
favorite. Yeah. Welcome to the show, Ivan. So,
Thank you
my
for
first
having me.
question. Yeah, dude. My first question is, what is your favorite plugin? You ask everyone else. So I don't know what yours is.
So recently I've been playing with this plugin for producers named Decimort. Have you heard about it?
Decimort?
The Decimort, yeah.
Oh.
It's like like making beat crusher, changing sample rate, like great for samples and Decimort.
I will.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, dude. We love your. If you've ever been on my Instagram page where it's like there's like one cool video of like me promoting my shit and like I have a good hook and it like looks like I thought through that video. That was actually just. So, thank you for doing that. Do you want to say something, James?
Yeah,
No?
yeah. I have a question because you interview so many engineers. Have you noticed it's very common takeaway across the board? Also, what's something that you've seen pretty across the board that you should not from them?
I don't actually know. We are as more people I interview, as more I think that everyone has kind of the same tools, and we do kind of basic things. just not overthink that, and yourself do whatever you think works for you.
Yeah.
And basically, this is the secret sauce.
Yeah.
Touching on the not overthinking, Ivan, I've noticed that at least from what I could tell on my own end, you start off as like interviewing different people, talking to different people, but I've always known you as the guy that went to every studio and looked to make connections. You weren't afraid of walking up and asking questions, seeing how you can be involved, which is something I've always admired. Now, recently, I've also seen you do like the Be a Man post, stuff like that, which I love. I love
Right
because
there.
like this is the first time I see you be the person that is the primary focus in that video. How has that been for you? Was that like putting yourself as the main person in the video? Was there any like I guess tension that you felt for yourself? Any like I guess nervousness towards that, or did you feel much more comfortable with the camera now?
Yeah, I'm actually introvert,
Yeah.
and I'm pushing myself and training myself to be an extrovert. And sometimes you're doing some random stuff like driving or go shower, and some cool ideas comes to your mind. What if I do this? Or what if I do that? So like some cool jokes came to my mind, and I decided to start this series where I'm doing stereotypical things, but engineering wise, BMN. So this is kind of
Yeah, what was it? Don't fix it now, fix it in post. Be a man.
yeah. Never update your plugins. Old is gold. BMN.
Which one of those did the best? Do you know? The BMN.
I think the first one, about gain staging. Boost everything. Gain staging is already.
Boost everything. Be a man.
With going to all those events, that's the way that I find like. What's a good?
That's a good question.
Actually, my secret sauce. I'm gonna reveal you. Like networking secret sauce. So when you start conversation, just tell somebody like, "Oh, you looks familiar," and this is like the opener.
You look familiar.
They
Oh,
start
you look
questioning like,
familiar.
I saw you
did I
somewhere."
see him in a seedy area? Should I be remembering this guy?
I've seen you naked before.
Oh. I thought that was my line of jokes.
Ivan, I want to say something real quick. You are an immigrant.
Yes.
You decided to do one of the objective hardest career paths ever. You have a wife and 2 kids?
Yes.
2 girls?
One girl and one boy.
One boy. Everybody, family man.
Oh yeah.
And was it like a green card or a citizenship?
Green card.
Green card.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations, welcome
Thank
to
you.
America,
Thank
baby.
you.
I have to say, I don't think we talk a lot about social media on this podcast, where we use part of the. You are a prime example of. I mean, it's obvious you got an accent. You know, you come from a country that like is actually warring, right?
Yes.
Like, there's a lot of bias, and yet you fucking are.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely killing it. And I mean, social media has played a big part. Your work ethic, just being here all the time. You're never like not in a studio, never not working, or at least it seems that. And so,
It's actually my home.
this is
my-
this
this is my
You,
very
real-
sleeps
studio.
here, actually.
you realize there's a cottage under this, right?
Yeah.
He sleeps in Studio B.
Can you speak on to all the listeners, especially the ones that hate social media, on how much it changed your life?
So right now, like your personal brand, if you're producer, songwriter, engineer, is kind of one of the main thing. And I have a like social media background. I had like top 20, one of the most famous social media companies in Russia. So I have social media background. But here I learn some basic stuff. You might know John Doe. He's the owner of the watch. So I've been interning in their studios here at the Weddington.
Sadikoy.
Yeah, Sadikoy, yeah. And I learned a bunch of basic stuff from him. So you have to, when you come to the studio, just make a picture. You are in the studio. Make your Instagram, look like your producer or songwriter, or whenever you want to be, like, make look like you actually doing that. Fake it till you make it. So, and social media is kind of the main thing that can change your life. And what if I tell you, like, how many lottery tickets would you take if all of them were free? You're gonna take all of them, right? Social media post is like the same. Every video is like lottery ticket. So one of the video could change your life.
Hell
I
yeah.
like that.
Hell yeah, everybody put your hands together for that. Amazing. And Ivan, we're not billionaires yet. But as someone
Keyword yet.
Yeah. But as someone that, like, dude, I see you and I see it's very American. Like, I don't know. There's something very patriotic when like, this guy's fucking doing the American dream. And I just cannot say how proud of you I am and how much how great it's been to know you, and I've seen your hard work. Everybody, give it up one more time for the great Ivan! We can find Ivan from R&D, is that right?
Yes.
On Instagram. Where are you at now? You going up a lot. 120,000 followers on Instagram.
Hell yeah.
That's awesome.
That's amazing.
Making
Absolute
me look like a
congratulations.
chump.
Anything that you want to say? One last thing you want to say? Advice or just thanks or people shout out or whatever you want to say before we on to the next.
You just my favorite podcast. That's it.
Oh,
thank you.
Shit. I'll pay you later.
Oh, and he has a free sample pack as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Tell us about your free sample pack.
So I just recently started my website, and I'm trying to collaborate with as much as people as I can. So you can download my free sample pack on my website, meshplugins.com.
That's cool. Congratulations, man.
Congratulations on that.
Or you can just comment on under any post, like on my Instagram collab, and send you.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Everyone give it up one more time for Ivan! Up next, stay on your feet, stay on your feet. This next one is a personal friend of I and Lou's. Lou's gonna introduce this guy.
All right, he's a man. At the same time, he's a myth and a legend. Now, Bryson here is not only just a man of the people, and when I say that, I mean he's taking care of everybody in the industry, both from making custom computers for everybody from Bob Horn, Mixed by Ali, Dave Pensato, some of the best computers you're ever going to find on this market. You can only get them through him and his team. But when it comes to studio build-outs, he's also equipped everybody with gear from Osberger's to an Apollo Twin. Now, Bryson here is one of the most trustworthy people you can ever meet, but he's also one of my dopest friends. So, Bryson, come on out, man.
Have a seat, have a seat.
All right.
Welcome to the Mixing Music Podcast. We are live right now and recording. Man, the guy that's behind the scenes usually is on the camera right now. How do you feel?
Right. Hey, I'm doing good. I'm fresh from New York. We just did this music tech tour, so we did 6 studios and 5 nights during AS week.
Oh yeah.
6 studios and 5
Yes,
nights.
sir.
Round of applause for that.
Yeah.
6 studios. So that means you're designing building? What does that mean? What does that entail?
That means we were just filling the studios with people and a lot of the brands I work with too, and just doing creative situations for creative individuals. Yeah, every studio had its own unique vibe. So Platinum Sound, then Flux, then Cutting Room, then S5, then Quad, and then Penthouse, which is building the quad on top floor. Times Square. Yeah. Even had Grandmaster Flash pull up to one of them.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
shit.
sir.
Cool. Now, Bryson, I know in the past, me and you have had a ton of conversations. I feel like we kind of know each other on more than just music stuff.
Yeah. I mean, we done a round trip flight to
Oh,
Dallas
yeah.
and back.
That's
It
true.
might
We
sound
did
weird,
a
but it was
24-hour
business.
trip to Texas together.
Exactly. Yep.
Well, one of the things I wanted to ask you about is like, you already know everybody comes from a different background, different startup and everything. But one thing that we talked about in the past is like, we both kind of started as engineers, producers, working with different artists and things like that. Now, when you started working with the brands, I remember you're like, dude, I want to do better for my family and stuff like that. And now you've kind of grown this empire where you've got this team and everything. It's not just you alone anymore. Not just alone. but yet you still mix and everything. How do you feel like with everything? Like you're working with all the big names, but you're also still an engineer on some sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I found this cool niche engineering for quite a few artists that happen to be professional athletes as well. So because they're on the road a lot,
Yeah.
it helps open some windows in my schedule as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's cool. But it's interesting because it all complements one another. But sometimes if I'm like working on the music side, it's a little bit of a vacation from the situation. So it actually
Yeah.
helps for sake of sanity. And if I look at everything as a hobby still, then there's still an element of fun to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
I
the
hear
cheat
that.
code.
Oh yeah.
I have a
Yeah.
question about something that you put in the
Yes, sir.
form. I thought it was a really cool phrase as a topic. You said to be complimentary and not competitive. What
Oh
do you
yeah,
mean by
that's
that?
that's one of my main mottos, right? Get all the right people together, like we got in this room, create an explosion of positivity, and the goal is for everybody to catch positive shrapnel. You know, to be.
I like that. Positive shrapnel.
Oh yeah, I got the one-liners for days. Yeah. No, I'm behind the scenes, but I'm not scared of cameras either. So if people got questions, I got answers. You know, so it's always achieving that balance. You know, laws of attraction draw people in sometimes.
How do you keep that vibe when it's like you had a
5 days, 6 of them.
yeah, 5 days.
Yeah.
How do you keep the that vibe? Like a high pressure situation.
Shout out to our sponsor, water.
Sponsoring a good portion of our own body.
I was so curious where the sponsor was going.
Yeah, eat a lot of fruit in the morning, right? Those are two of the cheat codes right there. Just because people offer it to you doesn't mean you gotta take it. Yeah. Just because you can doesn't mean.
Oh yeah.
And what you say no to is almost more important than. Oh, I got the one-liners for days, yeah. And I'm fresh off this New York thing, so I'm going a million miles a minute. Yeah.
We need a beat or something. My goodness. And then you had a cool story that you put in about how you guys started the Music Tech Tour. How it was just like a mic shootout.
Oh yeah, it just started from genuine curiosity as to how different. So I had this microphone, and this was at Premiere Studios. This was in the Quad building. And yeah, we put this microphone up against some other microphones. It did really well. So then the chief engineer at the studio at the time, shout out to my bro Gonzalo, he had an idea next time, you know, let's do it coming off the heels of a songwriting workshop. So the people around if they want to check out this
Oh,
mic.
that's cool.
So that's how it started. And then it turned into just the snowball effect came. And more brands I had good relationships with. It's like, hey, we can get in the building on Times Square. Yeah, why not? You know, and then yeah.
Yeah, and
8 years later,
I wanna
here
say,
we are. Yeah.
Was Ashby around in those days?
Oh yeah, so that's when that was around the time I first started getting the relationship with Lot and Audio, and then we did an event at Too Short Spot, and there was a custom. But
the
before
Raider branded
that-
one.
Yeah, the Raider one. So a little bit before that, that's around the time Bodak Yellow hit, and then so yeah, we did this event at Premiere. I remember Ken Lewis was a part of it. We had Samsung as a sponsor, Antares. Remember how my guy Sean Weatherspoon come up, and at that time he was playing on the Atlanta Hawks. Yeah, we did an event at Patchwork, and so that's when the whole tour started kicking, becoming the name. We even done a few events out of Playback as well.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, been good. You know, see the shining sea as they.
Bryson, you are seriously one of the major, or not just for us, but I think it's valuable that.
Appreciate it.
And I want to say, like, met so many people, worked with so many brands that sell products. What is like top one or two things consistent? When you see, you want to work.
Word I just love that came out your mouth was consistent.
Yes.
You can't. You could fake a lot of things, right? Fake till you make it. I wasn't really
Yeah.
like that. I was slow burn. Like, I guess gray hairs, and the thing was coming up, people recognized me 50 feet away with the back of my mind, like in my hometown, San Jose, Northern California, or the Bay Area, what have you. So instilling that, always had to make sure there wasn't no mud on my name and integrity.
Yeah.
So that was a big thing, but consistency because you can't fake time. Right.
Yeah.
So like we've been rocking for many
Consistency
moons.
because you can't fake time.
Right.
Man, you're putting us in church tonight.
And the funny thing is, like, I've ran into people where I'm like, oh, yeah, you got to talk to my guy. He can help you get squared away with some things. They're like, oh, who's your guy? I'm like, Bryson. They're like, oh, I know Bryson. And then it's like, this guy doesn't do any marketing, and everybody knows him.
I'm all organic. You know, I'm from the Bay Area. We're, you know, selling stuff out the trunk. Shout out to T-Bird. Had
Yeah.
the pleasure working with him for years. And, you know, that was one of the guys that laid down the foundation for that, you know. Approachable, accessible.
And your name seems to carry that much weight to where I actually ended up designing and building out his studio, his most recent
Right.
studio, because of your recommendation. So
Absolutely.
funny enough, like your name has definitely carried its.
Yeah, cosign is a major currency.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We were talking about that on a different episode of the podcast, where it's like people talk about nepotism, bad thing, and it can be, of course, but in the music industry, when everything is so subjective and I think it's incredible how practical it is when you put your name on the line for someone else. Like, what better way is there to like gain trust?
Right. Yeah. 'Cause You putting your whole livelihood on the line. So there's a
Yeah.
vested interest right there. Especially if somebody's doing a high end studio build, you might be overseeing a $500,000 budget, or you're doing a studio build from, you know, just the local homie from the block that's putting his all and risking his freedom just to make things happen. And you know, nothing's to be played with. You know, let's take this all seriously, but at the same time, let's enjoy the journey.
Fucking go.
Awesome.
Let's
Go.
go.
Let's go. Let's keep going. Yeah.
All right, Bryson, before we let you go and we invite our next guest, what share with us? If you can talk with
I
these
got
people
one-liners.
I mean, can these people hit you up? Can anybody just hit you up looking for gear and like
Yeah,
sourcing stuff
absolutely.
from you?
Absolutely. I could even, I don't know if it's
Studio
allowed to
builds
throw
out?
business cards on the table.
Do
Whatever.
it.
It's got my direct line, you know. It's my second year card. You can't find the rookie cards no. Yeah. Some of the corners might be a
Dummy,
little
you got to
damaged,
get that
my
officially
fault.
graded. You got to get a rookie year one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Card grader over here.
yeah,
That's- Yeah, well, thank you so much, Bryson. Everybody
Absolutely.
hit this
Thanks for
guy
having
up. Follow this guy. Make sure that you're in touch with him. Anytime you need gear, studio build.
Big congrats on the 1 million downloads. That's phenomenal.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
And the community, y'all harvested. That's what I love, you know, that organic type of situation. Also utilizing what technology got, you know. Shout out to
Hell
Instagram.
yeah, a bunch of weebs on the internet. War and peace. What? No, I'm just kidding. All right.
All
Everyone,
right.
give it up. Put your hands out. Put your hands together. Stand up for Bryson.
All right.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you so much, Bryson. All right, up next, we have another special guest. Y'all want to keep this going? Yeah! All right, before we call in our next guest, everybody feel free. Have a seat for a second. I'll make you stand up in a moment here. If you are live on the stream right now, which camera is it on? This one, that one? Oh, sorry, Lou. All right, if you're live on the stream right now, make sure you stick around because there is a plug-in giveaway. Staying live. Probably doing about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, depending on how many more interviews we get through. Kind of going through them pretty quick, which is fantastic. We might, before we get to our last few, we might do like a little Q&A section, have it out, so we get everything, or we can do all afterwards. Let's do that. This is on the spot. We have no idea what we're doing.
Who are you?
Yeah.
And what do you do?
All right.
Y'all did a good job not laughing at that. Thank you.
Yes. All right. All right. This next intro was written by this fucking guy. All right. So forgive me for this. I don't give a shit. All right. This guy is one of my very good friends. We were part of a mastermind together before I moved out here, actually. I don't really talk too much about that. This guy's inspirational on TikTok, on social media. He's got a great following. Not only does he make inspirational posts, but he also makes inspirational music, both literally through some of like the churchy stuff that he does, Christian music that he makes, but as well as like in the sense that very emotional, really in tune with himself and with family man. He wrote down love music and people and Jesus, and my wife and I had sex at least 3 provable times because I have 3 kids. Give it up for Shane
I like your sense of proof.
I'm just gonna say.
Do I take a pic?
Nobody talked about that. You could have just adopted.
Yeah, you could have just adopted.
So
That's
technically
true.
not provable.
You'll
We
never
need a
know.
DNA test.
I tried to lean in and catch. I like to hear myself talked about, but I could only hear like 50% of that. But I did hear the sex part, so I'll take that. Hi guys, thanks for letting me be up here.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. If y'all know Shane, you've seen this guy before. This guy doesn't talk a lot of shit.
I'm looking at you.
But you do say some.
I love that he's just ominously hanging out there.
had to watch. I'm the biggest supporter, man.
Hey, that's real friendship right there. I'm your biggest supporter, man.
We came together in a minivan.
Hell yeah.
That's for real. Yeah.
That's like almost
Yeah.
the most Mormon thing.
Yeah. Get in, loser. We're going to the podcast.
Well, Shane, I'm a huge fan of you as a human being. You make these posts that align with me and my vision a lot, which is like, of course, you do some stuff for music. Maybe you do like how I mix these vocals, listen before and after. Sure. What you do and what I try to do is that you work very hard to empower people.
I hope so.
You kind of break down this barrier to more like ego barrier. I mean, obviously, people need computers, but like, but as far as like emotionally speaking, you do this really great job humanizing the craft and empowering people to and
I love that. Thank you.
yeah, and you do a great job. Obviously, people love you, right? Put your hands together one more time for Shane.
Let's hear it. There we go.
I'd like it to go on record. I'm not the one forcing applause for myself. I'll take it all, though. I'll take it all. But
Can we keep that?
just let that be noted.
The rest of the
Yeah, I love this.
Red cup and hype man. Hell yeah.
That means a lot. I hope to be a modicum of what you're sharing, but that is what's in my heart and in my mind. So
We're also foreshadowing a little bit for the next interview, I think, which we'll talk about later. All right.
Yeah, that makes no sense then.
I was gonna say.
You have a saying that you say on your page, and you mentioned it in the form that you filled out. I misread it, and so I thought it was gonna be something really. I thought it said that your parents have a kid. What you're saying is there's a kid living in their parents' basement.
yeah, that would be great as like a self-assertion of my own prowess as a producer. Listen, my parents had a kid in their basement, killing it, and that kid is me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like that saying a lot. Could you kind of expand on that?
Sure. Honestly, that's just been like I've made iterations of that video for years. It pisses people off, and I think people think it's my intention is just to be dramatic on the internet. The sentiment is like, hey, there's a kid. I've done different variations of it. Maybe you've seen. You probably haven't. But like, there's a kid in their basement making better music on their like Lenovo laptop in a cracked version of FL Studios than you are making, 20 hours deep into your song, maybe 20 weeks deep into your song and all your analog gear, and you get the sentiment. It's some rehashed version of that sentiment every time. That sentiment, though, for me, I'm not trying to stir up the mud, which is how most, especially old analog guys, respond, which I have nothing. I came up in a commercial space, was there for many, many years. I have so much respect for that. The irony is that in that situation, I'm the old guy, if that makes sense. Like that statement is a reminder to me. I've been in many, many sessions, literally, where we've been days deep into tracking a band, getting these songs right, rehashing parts. The singer comes in and they're like, I watched Tarzan with my kid over the weekend. Let's redo all the drums like Phil Collins. You know what I mean? Like, we're so deep into these songs. And then this is actually the specific moment I remember when I make those videos. But I was in one of those sessions, and the singer of the band, his son was on the couch, much like a studio like this, on the couch in the back of the room, making a beat. And I heard it later in the session, and it was fucking fun. Am I allowed to cuss?
Yeah.
If my mom listens, I'm sorry.
It's a Christian podcast, but we'll allow it.
Okay, yeah. But what he was making was incredible, and it hit me. It crashed over me like a depressing wave. that like that kid is killing it on his laptop, and we're like 6 days deep into this record that is never getting released. I'm sure they've got a box of hundreds of those records in their attic that just have gone nowhere. So yes, that is the sentiment. I post it because it's true and it's a reminder to myself.
Something that I heard you talk about on your reels in the past, or I don't know, I'm not on TikTok, but you know, TikTok reels, whatever they're called.
Yeah.
But one thing I liked is that you dropped a veil that a lot of people give up, which is financial success in this industry and what it really looks like for most people that are working in this. That not everybody posting photos in a massive studio is actually just well off. Some people are still working really hard to find their success and find their financial stability in it, and that living frugally is okay, and just not trying to be the person with all the flash in the studio. I really like that you had posted about that because, you know, like you said, all of us working a long time, we've been in a big studio, we've been around big flashy clients, and sometimes it's hard to want to say, hey, I'm just like you, without being able to say that about your financial status compared to their own. Can you talk a little bit about that in the sense of like, hey, you know, I really like how you said it in the post. I can't regurgitate it myself. But in your own words, like what was on your mind?
Absolutely. Well, thank you for watching my reels on TikTok.
Shout out to Lou.
I love to post TikTok reels.
I don't know.
You know I love you.
Just for everyone boos Lou.
Lou knows I love him. I love him. I think I know what you're referring to, and it's probably many videos, a string of videos. For me, I will start with a statement that will sound dickish, but I think I'm balling hard. I've done this for a long time. It's the only thing I do. I've done other things all within the realm of music, but I've always kept myself and my family alive doing music. And the caveat to that, though, is like balling hard is that I pay for my own insurance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I made my car payment this month. And we recently bought a bigger car because we have 3 kids. You know what I mean? So like
your bills are growing.
Yeah. And I don't mean that to feign humility. It's a little bit of both. I mean, what I have to make to stay alive every month would like blow people's mind. It's a lot of money, but it's just very down in the mud and real. And I think, and this is just a common trope on the internet. We all know, we've all heard it, that like your favorite rapper or your favorite artist, it's very rare for people to make that kind of money. First of all, most of the people you perceive as making that money are not even making that money, right? So it's very rare for people to be balling that hard. But my point, it's funny. I'm glad you've gleaned that, but that's not even been some like intention I've had, is to dispel rumors about money. But I do hope it's encouraging that, man, making it is that I just get to keep my family alive.
The reason I found it so beneficial to the world that was shared on a platform that you have is because, DK and I, when we ran In the Mix, we always had interns that kind of came up. Yeah, it's on. I just, I'm not very good at talking.
My bad.
No, but we've had interns who would say like, "Oh, I can't wait to make X amount," and like, even as the owners of the studio, we don't make whatever you think we make, without disclosing our own.
Yeah, the upward mobility here is going to be disappointing, my guy.
Yeah, it takes time, but it's more about like, if you really enjoy what you love, like paying your own bills is the flex. Yeah. So I really appreciated that about it.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
It's so true.
Yeah.
There's I want to say as well, like as a family man, you do something that I love all the time. I think more people, you flex your wife all the time.
My wife is so great. My wife is awesome.
Hell yeah, dude. I think that's really valuable. And I'm like, yeah, dude. It's like I'm trying to.
If you loved wives, you'd have 3.
Coming in the minivan, you can't be saying shit like that, dude.
That's so good. I might have cut this off. Did I cut it off? Should I switch? I'm good. Okay.
All right.
Was it because I was shouting at
The
it?
chairs that you're sitting on are borrowed from a Mormon church, which makes this entire thing way funnier.
Nice.
Hope you all feel extra
that's
blessed.
where we do play basketball.
Spirit is strong here. You guys are welcome.
I don't know why, but it felt like I was burning when I walked into the church.
All right. Anyway. Shane, we're low on time here for you in here. I want to promote some of the stuff that you talked about first, but let's say one more thing that you really want to share. Love, passion, pleasure, or advice or anything like that. What do you want to say to young people?
Just the young people.
The next generation.
I think the money talk is a good one. Not to make it about money, but like,
Yeah.
there may be money for you in this, but this is not the job to get into if money is your goal. There are better jobs
Yeah.
for that. And it is not to say you can't make a living. And many of us in this room make a living doing it.
Yeah.
But if that is your primary goal, there are probably better jobs. So your passion for it better be at the center. That can sound hippy dippy, and there is an element of that that's like stay true to creativity. But it's also practical. It's like you're just not going to survive if it isn't centered with passion. And then, gosh, the other thing, do good work and be good to people. I feel like I made more money, and this could sound like a flex or dickish, but I actually mean it vulnerably and honest. I think I've made more money by being like decent to people and communicating as kindly as I can than I have by being talented. I think I'm talented too, but that's sort of a shoo-in. You better, if you're not talented, then there's no hope for you. The X, like, that's baseline. Will and I talk about this all the time in the minivan. Like, baseline is talent. You know what I mean? Like, you better be talented. But I think the X factor, not only for success, but also just because it's what it takes to be a good human, is just to be kind to people. It goes a long way. And you shouldn't do it because it's valuable, but it is. That's kind of like the trust fall of life or faith for me, is like, it pays. It pays to be kind and good.
Well, let me ask you. I mean, I think we all agree with it pretty heavily. What if someone's an asshole?
Sure.
What is We're not looking at you, Gracie.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, he's setting it up.
But I mean,
That's not true.
If that's the case, right? And to your point, kindness comes in many forms.
Sure,
right?
sure.
But how does one learn? How does one become someone that you?
Yeah. I don't know about the great communicator thing, but I would just say being kind. It doesn't. Being kind doesn't negate the importance of being honest or being blunt. I think people misperceive kindness. Even when I talk about it, people are like, "Oh, well, the kindness never got me." It's like, well, you're thinking of niceness or some feigned, pretend version of niceness that you're doing. In fact, if anything, you're just divulging that you've never actually been kind. Kind of, you just be kind without need for reciprocity. Is that the word?
Kindness does not
reciprocity.
Come with, true
You can
kindness
edit
does
that
not
later for
come
me.
With a sense of return.
Yeah, it's exactly right. So whatever. I don't know. I don't have all the lessons, but I think you just got it. Just and pays is the wrong word. I don't want to be misquoted when this goes viral. I'm joking.
Can we just make an edit of everybody gibbering?
Yeah, I don't mean pays like it pays money, although that is can be a byproduct. I just mean it's like it's you could call it karma, energy, whatever you want, but it will be. It's a safe bet to be kind.
An honest relationship is built on honesty.
Yeah, I love that. That's
if
it.
you're looking for a transactional relationship, it can end as soon as the transaction is done.
Yep.
So I
That's true.
mean, just between us, I'm
Yes.
definitely the
Yeah.
And I'm the patient one.
That's just sad. But the thing is, I know we're out of time. It's not separate from being kind, though. I preach being kind all the time, but I'm more confrontational than most people I know. I feel like I can do it like a doctor with real careful tweezers. You know what I mean? Which maybe not everyone.
Yeah. I'm long term.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, but then you understand it. It's not separate from it.
Everyone, go follow W. Shane Lance on social media, TikTok, Instagram, and you know what? This podcast too. One of my favorite podcasts. I went to your live sound.
You did. You came and hung out. Yeah. Thank you for supporting us.
No, it's not.
The minivan. It should be rebranded.
In the minivan.
I'm gonna cut you off. You can hype me up. You can look me up. W. Shane Lance. I know you've given me many round of applauses. They have million downloads. Is that why we're here? Can we get a round of applause for 1 million downloads? That's impressive.
Thank you.
You didn't ask me to do this, so I'm gonna leave. You can kick me out. But you guys, it's your night, and you've done an incredible thing. I know for a fact because we're so lazy we can't figure it out. So it is amazing. It's an amazing thing you've done. It takes a lot of diligence and a lot of discipline, and not to mention being talented and good at what you do. So
thank you.
You guys are champs. Yeah. Okay. Bye. Love you, man. Good to see you. Yep. Am I done? Can I go?
Yes.
Back to the minivan.
Run.
Before we go up next, I want to talk about some TISM facts here. The music
TISM.
industry in 2019 made about $33 billion gross, compared to tech in the United States was about $1.3 trillion in 2019, and pornography made about $1.6 trillion in 2019. And about 89% of that $33 to $36 billion made at gross across the entire fucking world, not just the U.S., came from Spotify and other streaming services. So if you're complaining, shut the fuck up. All right, they're single-handedly holding this recorded music industry down. That being said, they are worth hating as well. But some fun.
Title.
We gotta do like a song like "Tism Facts from DK." Okay, anyway. Up next, this guy last Grammy season fucking swept. All right, didn't just win, fucking swept. Well-deserved sweep, beating out some amazing names. All right, whatever. Beating out. Seriously, this is one of my favorite people on this planet. Is an actual American hero as well. On top of that,
And
is
will
my
call you on your
personal
shit.
hero, my favorite asshole. Everyone, give it up for Greasy Will.
This is like Russian roulette of microphones here.
It's like, which one will give you the tism?
Probably all of them, to be honest. Probably started off with it, but
Dude, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. I noticed that the green room did not have any alcohol.
That's DK's bad.
My bad. That is my
It's all right.
bad.
Don't worry. I brought my own.
Hell yes!
You know, it's like
You're not a Baja Blast kind of guy.
I am No, I'm mixing with the Baja Blast.
Hell yes.
Yes, this is the Baja Vodka Blast.
The vodka blast.
Yeah. It's killing, bro.
Yeah, I went to.
Honestly, I think I discovered a new thing tonight. I don't know if anybody's
I
a
hate
Greasy's
to tell-
cocktail fan, but woo!
I hate to tell you, but
Baja
I
Blast
had
and vodka.
I had
Killer.
a vodka blast 3 nights ago.
How did it treat you?
Well. I'll just keep it there.
All right, fair enough. No, it's a good time. Baja Blast is killing with vodka. It's perfect. Yeah.
I went to Costco Business Center.
Wait,
They
there's
don't have alcohol.
Wait, do they have is this an upgrade from?
No.
Oh, sorry. Wait, hold on.
downgrade.
I forgot. I'm doing an audio cop bit tonight. This is as far as I planned it. Is just to have the badge and sunglasses.
Do you want? Okay,
that
hold
was
on.
as
Hold
far
on.
as I went. I was like, oh,
we
I'm
can
gonna
do a good cop,
bit.
bad cop. We can do
right?
a good cop, bad cop because I got a question for you later.
Okay, all right. Wait, I'm the bad cop, right?
Yes.
All right.
I do a
I have
terrible.
no
bad
idea
cop.
how to be a good cop.
See you try to be a good guy.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Dude,
I feel like good cop pays his taxes, which I have never done.
We got him.
I gotta stop saying this on podcast. Oh god, the government is gonna come for me one day. Honestly, though,
Pause.
I don't think they have what it takes. You know, like I feel like we're on some Ruby Ridge shit at this point. You know, it's like just Shane from afar, like with a loudspeaker, like. Well, we know you love your family. They said if you come down, everything will be okay. I'm like, yeah, no.
Ruby Ridge is a deep cut joke.
Thanks, man.
I'm sure half of these people.
Yeah, not old enough to know Ruby Ridge.
That's my
Fuck, man.
Look that up
David
later.
Koresh. I could go for a Koresh joke, you know? Like, we could switch it up. We could go Waco.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, was there a point to me coming out here, or was I just going to ramble incoherently for like the better part of 15 minutes?
Well, actually, the thing I was foreshadowing before. Okay, hold on. Unrelated,
This
unrelated.
guy, Shane, wherever he's at, that's the co-host on my podcast. Good Christian Shane.
Is that his name on the podcast?
Yeah. Good Christian, loves God, behaves appropriately, married one time Shane.
And has officially had documented sex
And then
3
me.
times.
Yeah. You know, we couldn't be more similar.
Amazing. Dude, I fucking love you, Greasy. All right.
Official good cop, bad cop right there.
Yeah. It really is.
The
Yeah.
first time, okay, I have to say, I wasn't planning on saying this, but the first time I ever saw your clip, this is before I knew who you were, really. I was on TikTok, and I was at a studio which will not be named in LA, and you made a video, and I watched this video of a studio, and like, this is the most LA shit I've ever seen.
Wait, that was your
$3,000
video?
It sounds like me.
Yeah, $3,000 mic, into a $2,000 preamp, into a $3,000 interface, $300 speakers.
Right.
It was LA shit. And I laughed because me and Lou, we were
Yeah.
at that studio the night before. we
Yeah.
saw that video,
Yeah.
and we were saying the same.
Oh my
shit.
god, dude, it's so funny. They had PA speakers. Do you know what's really funny about that though? Is not that they had PA speakers up in this studio, because like, look, bro, like I get it. You come on, you're gonna drop $200,000 on a set of speakers or something, you know? It's like
When you're
I
never
get
going to play it that loud.
Fine, PA speakers or whatever. What's really funny is that about 2017, I think. 2017, I went to Westlake, Michael Jackson's studio. Oh shit, Westlake. And they had this studio. I forget which the name. They have so many studios. They have one that's called X. Like they have so many studios. Oh no, that's Paramount. Sorry, Westlake. I forget what it was, like 8 or something. I don't remember. But I'm there and I'm like, man, these speakers sound like shit, man. Like, and they have like the soffits up covering them so you can't see what it is. And I'm like, what kind of speakers y'all got in here? I was like, y'all got some fucking QSCs or something? Like, what's going on? And they're like, oh no, man, I think these are Augsburgers. And I was like, nah, man, these ain't no Augsburgers. And I got up and I went over and I pulled the soffit down. Like the assistant was like watching me and he was like, oh, I pulled the soffit down. And they literally had some like Mackie PA speakers.
Oh
up
my
behind
God, the Mackie thumps.
Yeah. And I was like, what the fuck, man? Y'all charge like $2,000 a day to be here. That's so disrespectful.
Going back, $33 billion worldwide gross. That is nothing. All right.
No, like touching on what DK had brought up too, like one of the things that I've always enjoyed about like watching your videos is like anytime I have a conversation, anybody that's ever like had a consultation or a phone call with me knows that we can go on a phone call. You know, we can go on a phone call for 4 hours just talking about shit. And one of the things that I'm always doing is like, oh, I heard you could do this. I'm like, well, hold on. That's not exactly how that works, and that's not how you want to go about things if you want to do things like on a professional level. I've always noticed that you do that in your videos. You'll kind of like I don't know what it's called, but you'll snap yourself in and be like, hold on, I agree and I disagree for these reasons.
Right.
I really like that because not many people want to take that position, and
Look,
you've put yourself into that role.
There's always, Shane says this more than I will ever, but there's nuance to this shit. There's literally, I hit Shane up to start our podcast because I was like, bro, I'd fuck with you. Like you're the exact opposite of me of being human, but yet somehow like I agree with everything you say, and that makes me interested as a person. And that to me is like the biggest thing that you can have with two people. But in reality, like there's duality to everything. There is always going to be a positive and negative side. It's like, you know, especially with social media now, it's always like, did you know that there's such a thing called the proximity effect? And whenever your thing gets close to, it's like, yes, okay, but also isn't that cool sometimes? You know, isn't it cool sometimes to do fucked up shit? Like, and nobody ever says that in the videos. No one ever says like, hey man, yeah, it's stupid to do that, but also sometimes stupid is the coolest shit ever. You know, it's the thing that David and I were just talking, who is foreshadowing, is another guest, I think, coming up. But the point was, we were just talking about this, that like, I can't be replaced. You can't get a computer to get drunk at 6 o'clock in the evening and make a few mistakes and then in the morning go, that was kind of cool, right? You know, like, that's what makes me good at this job, you know? Like, I know everything and I've learned everything, but it's like the mistakes and the character that make this special. And so, like, if you can't acknowledge that in any video, like, you're automatically wrong in what you're doing. Because you can easily say, like, yes, fidelity is important in music, but you can also say Johnny Cash live at San Quentin is fucking the most amazing shit you've ever heard in your entire life. You know, it's like you can have these moments where you're like, yes, like things matter and you can care about them, but you can also say like, yeah, man, but Elliott Smith is fucking awesome. You know, it's like that dude recorded to a tape machine by himself, and like it's the sway of the tape and the way that it like fucks up all the time that makes those records sound really good.
Hell yeah.
I used to have an Elliott Smith record that was a little bit wobbly, you know, and so like the needle would bounce every now and then. it made me like it more. You know, it was
Uh,
special. I knew it was going to happen. You know.
One of my favorite examples is that and this is showing my age, Hoobastank, the band.
Oh yeah, I love Hoobastank, man.
The song
And the
"Crawling"
reason
sounded like
is,
absolute shit, but the child in me at the time when it came out, I was like, "This song rocks. This is my life."
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the Lupe Fiasco mistake.
Yeah, no, any of that stuff. It's like important to have these mistakes and these characterizations of things that make it special, and that's why we love music. We don't love perfection. We've forgotten perfection so many times. We forget perfection all the time. But the things that stick out as being like mistakes and fucked up, we're like, ah.
We have so in the form that we filled out, you said as a controversial take, gatekeeping is good.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, I wanna hear this.
I do think gatekeeping is good. I think there's echelons to this shit. I think that you can't touch me, dude. Like
I can't reach.
I put in 10,000 hours in my first year and a half. You know, like I was doing 10,000 hours when I was still an assistant at a studio. You know,
your
like
work ethic could be described as like a problem. Like,
yeah, no.
almost.
I am 3 divorces deep, you know, like multiple women have decided I've had enough, you know.
You're not driving a minivan with 3 kids.
No, I am not. I am
riding
fathering
passenger in
2
it.
children that don't know their dad, you know.
You have no proof of sex is pretty much what
Yes, you know, like
No, he has them. They just don't know him.
Yes, I am committed to this lifestyle regardless of where it takes me and what happens. Like I think that this, like I put everything into this. At this point, I can't give up. You know, it would be like it would be like going to college for 20 years and then deciding like you wanted to be like a teacher. You know, like why? You just did all that school for what?
For what?
To teach retarded 12-year-olds? Like mistakes. You know?
Oh, man. That eventually turned into retarded 31-year-olds.
And 40-year-olds. Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
No, but for real though, it's like I think that gatekeeping is important. I think that there has to be somebody to stop and look around and go, look, man, you are just regurgitating what you heard. You haven't spent a single second caring about this in a real way, right? You don't care about this like I do. I slept in my studio. I'm 40 years old. I slept in my studio last night because I was working till like 3 a.m. and I was like, man, I'm pretty drunk. I should probably just stay here. You know,
I've definitely been there.
And then I woke up and I finished the mix. I sent it off. I woke up and went, huh. Well, that actually worked out.
You know, I do like that you say
Send.
that because I remember when me and DK first started in the mix, our first session was the day after we got our keys. So nothing's in there. The desk is not in there. Nothing. I fell asleep at 5 a.m. on literally the floor behind the credenza. I just put a little pillow up, just laid down, woke up 3 hours later to greet the guest and have them start recording. And that's the work ethic that I think
100%.
you're saying, like, hey, I need to see that same drive in you.
When I was building my studio, I moved into my studio in April. It was not a studio. I needed to build stuff. And while I was building during the day, I had a B room that I was like, this is small. It's already together. I'll just throw my shit in here. I can mix in here. I can do vocal sessions in here if I need to. This is my spot, right? I'm literally doing construction, like hammer nails, building shit, right? From 9 a.m. until 9 p.m. And then I'm getting phone calls of people being like, hey, is it possible to come in at like 9 o'clock to do some like vocals for 3-4 hours? You know, like, all right. The record that we worked on, it was this guy, David Kushner. It's already got like 10 million streams on this one album, right? That was the first thing I did in my studio. Was while I was still building my studio and like doing 12-hour days of construction and then being like, all right, cool, yeah, I can throw down a session at 9 p.m., you know, and working until 1 a.m., 2 a.m., going home, sleeping for 4 or 5 hours, coming right back to the studio and building again. It's like, there's no, again, you can't be me because you're just not doing it yet. You know, it's like you have to, until you can even talk about, I've put 20 years into this game of like 16-hour days every single day, yeah, all right, then we'll talk. Then we'll have a conversation, you know? But
Oh, yeah.
that's the dedication it takes, is 2 decades of I will do this all the time,
Oh, yeah.
you know?
That is the thing. Like, I love that you said that there's a difference between someone that's watched a video or done some basic comparison, someone that like does the comparison because they actually,
Right.
and like someone that has done the work because they care about it. And that's the one thing. Like, as much fun as we can have, as much as we can laugh, at the end of the day, there's one thing that you undeniably do is love music. And I think that is common among some of the top 0.1 percenters in this community, is somehow we come through the fire and the flames with maintaining our passion and love for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it has to be. It has to be a love for it. It's like there's a thing, right? It's like doctors, right? They go to school for 7 years, and then they got to do a residency at a hospital, and then they got to, it's like you're 10 years into doing this thing,
and you're finally getting your entry role.
Yeah, and you're just getting somebody to like respect you, right? Yeah. That's this industry, right? We don't get. I hate, man. I'll see sometimes people do that, like engineer, like you haven't gone to school for a decade and learn. It's like I know so much more shit than you do about your job. Whatever I know about my job, I know so much more than you do about your job.
I just had this happen while on tour, where the guy I was working with went to school, worked with a bunch of people and everything. I trusted him with just monitor mixes.
Right.
I gave him, everything was already dialed in. The first song started, 30 seconds into the song, I get a text from the musical director, Lou, run, I need help. I'm like, what the fuck did you do? Like, you couldn't even get past one song.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like this is a high level job. This is an extremely high level job. It is on par with being a doctor. It is on par with being a lawyer. It is something that takes.
I just hope my lawyer's not drunk when we go to court.
Look, just play how you train or whatever. Train how you play or whatever the fuck it is saying. You know? Train how you fight. You know, like.
I mean, it would be a fun court case. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, dude, I would be a banging lawyer. I'll tell you that. If I loved being a lawyer, I would be this good of a lawyer. You know, like this is the one thing. Like DK mentioned that I was in the military before this. Before I was in this, I was a Marine and
you got shot.
I got shot.
Yeah.
I fought a war. I fought a whole war.
Fought a fucking war. Like
this
war.
guy was in charge of people in a combat zone.
Should I feel bad for these people?
Yeah.
The way you say it makes me scared for them.
I do a little feel bad for them. No, it's the early 2000s. Anything goes, you know. But no, but like when I was a Marine, I was the best Marine you ever see, man. When I say that, I'm not kidding. Like you could look up my service record. It's like fucking all full of great awards, and like this guy was the top of his thing, because I was good at it, and so I just did it to the best of my ability all the time. And then I got out, and I was a bullet seeking a target with nothing to do, and I was like, oh my God. So they took all this training and they put it into a human being, and then they were like, all right, man, like, I don't know, sell rugs or something for the rest of your life. Like, do construction probably, you know, like, brag about this to like your kid's like soccer team or something. But I was like, oh shit. And then I like got back into music and I was like, oh shit. So I'd laser focus this entire time, and that's how I took it.
Oh. Well, is there any, before we let you go, Greasy, what's one last thing that you want to share, promote, say, advice, anything?
I honestly, I love our podcast. It's of all audio podcasts that have ever existed, it is the worst sounding that you could ever listen to. It's dropouts. I mean, we forget to push record most of the time. It's just me and Shane hanging out, like laughing, and then it doesn't work, and then it cuts into the middle of a conversation.
This sounds like shit.
Yeah, we put no effort into it whatsoever, and it's still probably one of my favorite. I listen to it every now and then. I'm like, those crazy cats, you know. It's a good time. I love it. I'm live streaming every Monday now, Mixed Mondays. We're doing live streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. You can watch that. I have Patreon, because I need your $20. Like a year OnlyFans site, you know?
The OnlyFans for musicians.
The OnlyFans for musicians. I like it. Patreon, because your cousin needs help. Damn it.
The GoFundMe for streamers.
He's doing the best he can, man. He had a tough time after the war.
Veterans Day rolls around, suddenly you get a lot of subscriptions.
Yeah. God damn it. It's coming up November 11th, man.
All right, you guys know where to go.
All right. Well, once again, that is the That Sounds About Right podcast. Everyone go check it out. Everybody standing ovation for Crazy Will. Before we pull into our next Bucket Poll special guest, we have to say a couple things. Everybody sit down. Feel free to sit down. We'll stand up again for the next guest. First off, we need to do a couple shout outs. First off, if you want to turn around, hold on, come back. We have the entire playback studios and all the assistants. We have Lucas is in the back. Everyone, raise your hand. Round of applause for Lucas.
There we go.
All right. And
Wait, Lucas, what's your Instagram handle?
yeah, what is your Instagram handle, Lucas?
At I am intro.
Yeah.
Instead of a U.
And come here, Zane. Come to the front. Look at the cameras. Everybody, this is Zane. Zane's been helping us out the
Hello,
most.
everybody.
Give him the eye.
I'm also here.
We did a practice run last week. Zane killed it. And Zen, who's here somewhere as well, who's helping out. This was his first day as an intern, so we're going to limit how much we applaud for him. But but he's here.
He doesn't have the 10 years.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean. One more time. Round of applause for Playback Studios. Playback Outlet here for allowing us to be here. And one more time, I realize I'm a dumb and said that we're going to do a raffle for anybody that's on the live stream. If you're on the live stream right now listening, this is very, very important. Please say, hey, I'm here to enter the raffle at this point in time. Please say, hey, I'm here, because I realize that I can't see who the watchers are. It is completely anonymous who's watching the stream. There are, a few of you that are on the stream. I don't know who the fuck you are. All right, so please say, hey, I'm here to be involved in the raffle, which we'll be doing shortly. Who's ready for that Loud and Audio raffle? We'll be doing that last just to keep you in suspense. The endorphins. All right, so up next. All right, the next guest is a good friend of mine. This is actually the first time I think we're meeting in person. Maybe that's not mistaken. We've met many times online. As a podcast, hold on. As a podcaster, sometimes people ask me, what podcasts do you listen to? And I do consider myself intellectual shut up. All right, fine, whatever. All right, but that being said, I was hoping to. I listen to this guy's podcast. This is the Progressions Pod. Amazing podcast. This is one of my favorite people to listen to talk. This guy talks about the nuance, is very business-minded, is incredibly articulate with his thoughts, is kind, generous, has built his own studio, as well as supports a family, which is hard to do. This guy has been an engineer for a long time and has been a recording engineer even in the great Capitol Studios.
Oh, yeah.
Capitol Record Studios, or whatever that's called. All right.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, just the one that you see in LA, downtown. He's worked with names like Taylor Swift, Skylar Grey, Ariana Grande. Give it up for Travis Ferris! It's so good to see you.
Will? You gonna make me follow Will? That's so fucked up.
I only have one question for you. Where is your vodka?
It's at home.
Dude, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I'm serious, y'all. This is like, I promised these guys I would promote these things, but for real, I actually listen to your podcast. I actually think it's one of the most insightful. I wish I could make my podcast more like yours, to be honest. in like a kind of jealous way, in an honorably jealous way.
Well, I wish my podcast was a little bit more like yours, and to be honest,
stupid. Yeah. Sorry, accessible.
Yeah. Well, I
We
appreciate
have
that.
a specific demographic.
All right, for a specific stupid host. Anyway, I'm kidding. That was a joke. We're not. We love you guys. Thank you so much for watching the show. That sounded really bad, and I'm making it way serious.
Where am I supposed to look?
So you're
Look
supposed to
for
look at all
God.
3 cameras at the same time. So cross-eyed plus third eye.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get into this. Your podcast, I'm sure we see the same data. Some of the episodes that are more technical focused, I'm sure gets like, do you get more downloads for the episodes that?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Are more technical focused.
Yeah.
I assume we're the same way, where like we realize the real important things are not the technical things.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you deal with that pressure?
I swear a lot. Complain about it. No, it is crazy though, because
Wait,
it's like
on the podcast or just in general?
no, on your podcast.
Hell yeah. You may begin.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's like I don't know. There's a lot of like mindset stuff that I want to impart on people because of my past, I guess, of being a engineer and sitting at bars complaining about engineering things. But that's why we do it. But I always just feel like I'm happier because of the choices I've made. But yeah, when I do a conversation with like Will, one of the top downloaded episodes, he brings an audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And an aura.
An aura.
Of craziness. All right. You said on, actually, go ahead, James. Yeah.
I'll just
Oh, and I don't know. Does anybody here really want to read a book? They do.
You missed the joke I said earlier.
I did.
Do I want to repeat it? Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Americans
I'll take
would
it.
die for their country. Americans would die for their country. How about you read a book for your country? Yeah, dude. Shane Wang.
Hard pass. Hard pass from Greasy Will.
Man, specific books. I don't know. God, now I feel like I'm having a self-help moment here. Atomic Habits, I think, is a really good book. I
Oh, James Clear.
Oh yeah.
Big
yeah,
fan.
because that's like
You read that one too.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Let me clarify. I did not read a book for my country. I listened to a book for my country.
Audiobook? That's
And listening to it was torture.
Did you ever listen to
Audible.
it while reading it?
I-
Oh no,
Hold
I
on.
stole that trick from you.
yeah.
Hold on. Will
Okay.
my mind blow?
Yes.
Oh hell.
Okay,
yeah.
don't
Arizona
do that
tea.
with Schwarzenegger's book because he goes way off page for like paragraphs, and you're just like, "What the fuck?"
You're like, where am I in this?
You're like, I am schizophrenic. Ooh, this is not lining up.
Did somebody give me shrooms?
Yeah. Anyway.
That's incredible.
No, let's see. Atomic Habits is good because I think that if you want to make change, then you have to like start at the baseline. Like you have to change your habits there. Could it be any more?
Make them
Cheese
autonomous.
Well,
than
hold
that?
on. Let me go specifically into this. Everybody here, I mean, raise your hand if you've spent any time this last week looking up any technical tips on YouTube, right? That's great. Go ahead, raise your hands, right? Anything
I was about to
for
say,
anything.
not a single
That's gonna
person
be
here, huh?
everybody here, yeah. Everybody, like almost everybody here, I do that constantly as well.
If you're not looking up patch-based schematics, I don't know what you're doing.
I think it's interesting to me, and this is a sentiment that we share, that it makes sense that everybody wants the technical solve my problem now tip.
Yeah.
And I think there is, when building a skill, there's a plateau. I call it the plateau of technicality, where you're so into learning how a compressor works because it's important
Mhm.
that you forget completely about why you use it, the
Oh, yeah.
emotional aspect of it. I think that goes along the lines of like, in general, with life, you have to learn how to fit into society before you start being creative and breaking out of it, maybe potentially as well. There's arguments for that. Why do people like us, even the most technical person ever, why is Mix with the Masters end up being just use your ears? Why does that happen?
Because that's the truth. But here's something that I noticed about myself years ago, and I think it like echoes through the industry, is everybody wants validation. Like you can't sit there and like do a mix and be like, oh yeah, my mix is great. You got to send it to you, and then to Will. Will's gonna tell you it's horrible. But you,
Hell yeah.
you just like you can't. I don't know. Maybe it's an imposter syndrome thing. Maybe it's a confidence thing. But everybody that I encounter in this industry, to some extent, wants their friends to be like, record, awesome. And you just have to get comfortable with the fact that you don't need that. Like you made art, you made music. Maybe you love it. Maybe the artist doesn't like it and you get fired, but you did your thing.
That
doesn't help when you get fired.
Something that I heard in the past that Manny had said, Manny Marroquin, was I forget what interview it was, but somebody had asked him like, how many times has a mix come out the way you wanted it to come out? He's like, never.
Yeah, because it's not your mix.
Yeah,
it's their mix. So I don't know. Anyway, I think that's why people go down the tip rabbit hole, right? You start compressing a vocal in Logic in your bedroom and
Seeking validation.
You think it sounds good, but then you don't believe that it sounds good because you have to go on the internet and see somebody tell you that your ratio was the right ratio, but it doesn't matter because it's just music.
You're like you're preaching my life right now. Can I ask you, have you gotten over this need for validation?
No.
Do you think it's possible?
Well, no, I.
That was a very confident way of saying that you're not confident
in
yet.
Control, at least.
I just know it exists. I mean, I definitely still like would love for one of my engineering buddies to hit me up and be like, "Dude, that mix you did on that record sounded great," but it's not going to happen. So I can't wait for it.
I'm gonna text you.
I'll give you my number.
Talking about books.
Every time I release,
even when you don't release a mix, I'm just gonna randomly hit you with that.
You're like, Doug, that last mix, amazing.
You're like,
you crushed it.
I retired.
Like, which mix? That one.
That one.
You know,
the last
you
one,
know,
it was so good.
the one.
Your best work. by
That's
far.
right.
I guess a different way to put it is like how, because I guess you're not over this needing validation, but how have you learned to cope with that need?
I don't know. I think that you have to get to like, you got to get to like 28, 29, 30. You got to be pretty pissed. Probably go to bars too much. And you roll into 30, and like the brain just starts to roll over in a different way. You just start to recognize that there's a lot of shit that you put a lot of weight on when you're younger and you're coming up and you're looking for validation that just kind of disappears when you get old.
I'm not gonna lie, but what you just said, I think that's what I mentally went through that flip in like the last year, where it almost exactly as you said it, where it's like just one day I'm just like, honestly, I'm just going back to loving music. At this point, I'm not overthinking it, and people seem to be happy with it. As long as people are happy with it, I'm good at this point.
Well, okay, so here's the thing to shamelessly pitch my own podcast, even though you just talked about it, is I started that podcast because I was frustrated that I didn't achieve what I thought that I was going to, despite the fact that I worked at Capitol Studios and I had #1 records, whatever, and I made my living as an engineer. I was still pissed about it. And so I lost my train of thought and we're live, so that sucks. And
it's real.
It's
It's
real,
dude. It's fucking real.
But anyway, so I started to realize
Scripted.
that it didn't matter what was important. It came back. Thank God, that was close. What mattered was that I was happy, and I wasn't letting myself be happy with what I was doing because I was trying to be the mold. And I think part of that problem is when I came to LA, it was 2006. I went to engineering school. I was going to follow the path, right? You're like intern, assistant, engineer, producer picks you up, you work for producer, you start mixing, then you become like there was like this hierarchy that doesn't exist anymore. And so I wasn't on that path and I was mad about it. So once I realized that I can make my own path, my own success, that, you know, that's what made me happy. I work 3 days a week and I dad 3 days a week. And I still
What do you
make
do with the
records that I
7th
love.
day? Rest?
Drink beer in the middle of the day.
Hell yeah.
Rest, yeah. It's your Sabbath. I love it.
I'm staying quiet because this is a topic that I think about quite often and I struggle with a lot. I think I've
It's
gotten a lot better
hard.
too.
It's hard.
I really like this need, this human need, this subconscious need for validation. It should hit home for everybody listening right now. That especially because as musicians, like there's a part of everyone that's attempting to be in the music industry that just wants to be cool, and you know,
Yeah.
because this is a cool thing.
I was trying to be lame.
I mean, not to.
You're doing good. You got it.
But I mean, talking about books, there's The Courage to be Disliked, Japanese author, really fantastic. Talks on this directly. It's about the psychology of Alfred Adler. We won't get too deep into it. Talks a lot about the feeling of inferiority and getting over that. And the way that you said, I got quiet because just a lot of things connected, and yeah, there's a lot of times that we live in fear, wanting to seek validation. How do you? I don't think the answer. Tell me about this. I don't think the answer is complete eradication of that insecurity. I think
No.
a little bit is good.
Yeah, I think you. I think that you need it, but I also think like if you really want to be like if you want to be an artist and you want to be massively successful, there also needs to be a level of just blindness to everything going on around you. You're not affected. Things bounce off you because you're like, I'm the greatest thing that ever lived, and you kind of need that to a certain extent if you want to be at the top.
Yeah.
So,
and I don't. Yeah.
Okay, I was going to ask for your view on a topic that has already blown over on social media, but it was brought up a lot, and a lot of people touched on it. Where what's his name? The dude that looks like Buddha. He's a producer.
Rick Rubin.
Rick Rubin, that guy. I'm not saying he looks like Buddha, but you know, you get the image of a bald head and a round guy. Okay. Hey, look, he got it on first try.
That's I got it.
He got it. He got it.
I have no idea how
so
you got
as
that.
wrong as you want to say I am, I was right enough for him. All right, but you know, there was that thing that there was an interview where they asked him about, you know, when producing a song, like how to approach it, and he talked about, you know, you got to produce a song for yourself. Forget the audience, just do it for yourself. And everybody seemed to have a very hot take, and it was very polarizing for a lot of people. I don't know if you saw that clip or what your view on that is.
I didn't see that clip. But I mean, I don't know. I guess you do have to do it for yourself to a certain extent, but you're also there to serve someone else, and that's the greater purpose. But I don't know. I read half of his book.
The other half just sit and catch.
The other half, I don't know. My daughter took the bookmark out, and I don't know. I mean, I can understand like him with his mindset reading the 200 pages I read. I can kind of get where he's coming from, but if you were to ask me that question, I'd say that you're serving the music. But you know, I guess now that I say that out loud, serving the music might be doing it for yourself. If that's a better result.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I noticed that something to take from what we were talking about was, you know, when we look for validation, right? Sometimes we might make a song in the hopes of somebody just liking it more than we like it ourselves, mixing a song into the way that we think somebody else will like it more than we like it ourselves.
Yeah. Well, it's like the especially in mixing, it's just that battle. I think you reach a point if you're mixing that you have to stay true to like what the producer and the artist wanted, right? You kind of have to do the rough mix plus 10%. And I feel like for a lot of people, like that's maybe where their career stalls, because they never figure out how to also put themselves into that. And I'm not saying that I can do that. I'm not saying that everybody can do that. But if you can take your own sound and influence the artist's vision while the artist's vision is still what they want, that's when you're in that you know, upper echelon.
In that good bubble.
In that good bubble. Getting them big hits.
Thank you very much. That was very
Travis, you're generally one of my favorite human beings. I love the way you think. And no, I'm being dead serious. The way that you think is like autistic.
Weird.
No, I'm just kidding.
Touch of the tism.
Yeah.
Just
no. I think about like when with your show, I think a lot about the same things, and I think we share the same frustration where it's like it's difficult to get to the point, to pass this plateau of technicality, to get to the point of like remembering what's the most important. And I wish you should, if you're listening to this podcast, you should listen to more of that, and you should listen to Travis's podcast, Progressions, available on Spotify, Apple.
I'd prefer YouTube because I spend way too much time editing video.
Honor him with YouTube. Can we do
Yes.
that, everybody?
Yes, can we
Hell
get
yeah.
everybody on YouTube?
Yeah.
Everybody, yeah.
Yeah.
Any last thoughts that you want to share before we bring in our next guest? Anything that you want to share?
No. No.
Thank you.
No.
You don't get anything else.
Yeah, that's all. I
Everybody,
have.
y'all felt that vulnerability a bit? Is it just me? Y'all felt something? Y'all felt that? That's real.
Where I blacked
That's
out?
some real shit. Everybody, put your hands together and stand up for Travis Ferris! All right, let's go. Let's look at this YouTube chat here. I see a few people saying, "Hey, I'm here." I think we might do the raffle for the online thing for after this next guest. If you are watching the live stream, say, "Hey, I'm here" in the chat. Say, "Hey, I'm here" in the chat if you want to be raffling. Enter the raffle for the Kive Audio NF Fuse. I think that's what it's called. Kive Audio. Eddie's a good friend of mine. He's a great guy. Great plugins. Love his plugins. Amazing coder. I've talked to him about some of his backend for coding. I've made a couple stupid plugins myself, and his plugins are absolutely genius. Now that I know a little bit of what's going on, fantastic guy, fantastic plugins, just absolutely. All right, this next guest is the GOAT. All right, is one of the most goats of the goats. All right, this guy is nice enough that he'll probably make you feel like he's already your. All right, he is the sweetheart of the music industry. By the way, I created that title for him because I think it's well deserved. He's all of our mentors. He's every engineer's favorite engineer. This guy right here. This is Grammy Award-winning, multi-platinum, gold, whatever the hell, Usher BTS Neo. Give it up for Bob Hope!
Yeah.
Bobby!
Welcome to the show. Give it up one more time for the GOAT.
Yeah.
One more time for the GOAT.
The man of the cleanest low end you'll ever hear.
Do it.
The best low end.
Do it.
Dude, you know how many times I've gotten a mix from Bob to master and I just like immediately text him like, dude, you have to stop. He's like, what? I'm like, you're fucking low end, dude.
To this day, one of your mixes that you've done, I forgot what it is. It's the hot and cold one. It's got like, anyway, I could pull up my Spotify playlist, but your low end to this day is something that I reference almost every time I'm doing something really tight on the low end.
Appreciate that.
Like
Yeah,
it's
dude.
one of those things where like we have a mutual client that loves his low end. And every time he's like, can I get it a little bit louder? I'm like, I almost don't want to touch it, man. Like it sounds great already.
By the way, if you're not an engineer, low end is bass frequencies, not his ass. All right, we got.
It
wanna
could be,
clear.
but in the different context.
But that's up to your own opinion on like how that is.
Your own opinion. You determine.
We'll leave that to the public. I actually have a question. When you're generous enough to let me come over to your setup and show me around, if I remember correctly, you said that since you moved, because you used to have your old studio that you mixed out of.
Yeah,
It's
Echo Bar.
legendary, sounds great. And you told me that you've gotten better feedback about your low end since you've been to your new setup in your home.
Not the low end, actually.
Oh.
Just, actually, probably the mid range. but
Really?
My mixes are less processed now. So I had a really swanky room, like one of the best sounding control rooms.
Yeah.
It was
And I
actually
there-
used as the reference point for a lot of studios in LA.
Yeah.
But I was there for 12 years, and I mixed on really huge called Osberg, and they're amazing. Some of my favorites. But I think when I moved home, because I found myself in twice the size of this, I just found myself sitting there all the time in houses. Everyone would leave late afternoon there. I'm paying for all the square footage on my other mixer home. So I thought, someone happened to offer. I was like, all right, let me put a setup at home. I can stop paying. And what I found, once I got used to the room, my mixes were less processed. less plugins per track, less thought, more just feeling music and coming out with musical, technical, perfect. Actually, that's kind of what happened.
Okay.
And I'm just mostly I'm enjoying the result of my mixes more. I think it's more drastic for the way we, and I think other people hear it, but less than I. It's mostly a shock to me.
Do you think that's because you're just more comfortable at home, or do you think it's an acoustics thing?
I think it's a few of those.
Yeah,
It's I mean, technically, if you brought an acoustician, they'd say it's acoustics. But because I literally took over living room and dining room. That's my.
Hell yeah.
Technically, it's not right. I
Yeah.
know it, and I'm just creating real stuff. But I think a big thing is comfort. Rolling out of bed and start a mix with showered.
Yeah.
It's like it's a different thing than having to like, okay, I'm leaving for the day. I'm gonna be at the studio for 10 to 12 hours. If I forget something, I'm not gonna drive back home. It's a whole different mindset.
Yeah.
So I just get up, go watch something with the wife, have lunch, come back, mix.
Yeah.
Have like 3-hour session. 9 hours.
We share that similarly. We both have spent a majority of our early career in larger facilities.
Yeah.
And then had we can say the blessing, the gift to be able to work from home.
Right.
Where most people are trying to leave the home to work at a big facility,
Right.
Man, it fucking rocks.
It does.
It rocks.
It does if you can do it correctly. Like you gotta have the flexibility. Sound. Obviously, if you're in an apartment, it's hard to construct things. Kind of limit. My house, best thing. Having all. That's really good.
Yeah.
Do you think you could actually give a quick breakdown of like how it's set up? Because if someone who doesn't know what acoustic panels looks like, it looks like almost a pillow fort like around your mix setup.
I like the idea
like
of
the
a
attack
pillow
wall
fort.
around you.
Yeah. So I basically just went online to GIK Acoustics and bought a bunch of panels. I think I bought 25 panels and I spent a week. I laid out 8 of them on the floor, built a wood frame, put lights in, loud. My friend hoisted a chain.
Hell
So
yeah.
that's the cloud, and all the others are around me. And my buddy Eric, co-owner of Echo Bar, he just came over, set up a measurement, started moving panels. We'd zap the room, play a bunch of, see how flat it was, how messy. Panel, try it again. We just did that until we got the best response, and then we tried a little bit cute, kind of finalize it. And then in about a week, I had to learn. So when I went to the car or something, they heard what I. And then after that, I just kept going. You know what? I am fine with selling.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I think something that, as you mentioned, it was like it could be a number of factors that kind of made that working from home kind of also resulted in like less processing in your mixes. I think we had talked in the past about, I guess because you were in such a clinical room and versus not now, there's also less you're being finicky.
Right.
Like, have you found that to kind of be the case? Do you feel like in the course of
over stuff, it's like I pull up.
Like, how long are you tuning your snare now? How long are you working on the snare now?
Oh, I don't know, for like 2 minutes. But it's like now it's like you pull up a track and it's like, does that need anything? And before I'd be like, okay, there's 5 things I can put on that. Let me like try 3 of them.
It's
And
like
now it's like I pull up the sound like that doesn't need.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking more about the groove and the song and less about the resonant 2K on sound.
Yeah.
You do have a background. You are a phenomenal musician. I don't know if people know this. Like you can.
He's a
actually-
drummer.
Yeah, you're a great drummer,
Oh, thank you.
and you can play other things well too.
Right.
It's fantastic, dude.
Thank
You are just a musical guy, happy guy. Hey, can I talk about one of my favorite lessons that I've ever learned on this podcast? Actually, came from your episode. This may be I don't know if it's okay to share this.
Okay.
But
Go ahead.
on
Go ahead.
yeah, you shared it once. Okay, I'm gonna share
Okay,
it again.
I guess probably fine.
A few years ago, you had a health crisis, and on the episode that we recorded before, you spoke directly about what you think caused this health crisis. Was it a stroke?
Yeah.
Is that what it was? Crazy. And you figured it out. You're like, and you said something beautiful on that episode. You said, I was known as the guy that was willing to bend over backwards for anyone. You call me, I will drive to the studio 4 a.m. to do a fucking revision that you're not even going to check 2 days from now.
Right.
But
I
I'm
was
willing to
that
do
guy.
it. You were that guy.
Yeah.
And then you said, after I had my stroke, on the episode, you said, I realized after about 20 years of doing that. By the way, his history, guys, right? Graduated from Berkeley, drove out to LA on 9/11. On 9/11, 2001.
Holy shit! That was a busy day.
Emotionally traumatic, and did like the LA Dream thing, right? And then early career, Michael fucking Jackson, y'all.
That's how
Put
you
your
say
hands
it.
together. Early career, all right, and you do everything, and then you have this moment that it just like, on this podcast, you became a little vulnerable for a minute, and then you're like, I realized that all of those years that everybody that treated me poorly, it wasn't worth the benefit that or like the way that you worded it was beautiful. Can you explain that a little
okay,
bit?
so when you're an assistant and intern, and especially early 2000s, the way things were, like you trying to climb the ladder, get an internship at a studio, and just have to keep your mouth shut and make everybody happy. You don't want to miss anything. If an artist is coming in, Jay-Z likes Diet Dr. Pepper, you better have that free thing. So you're a detail person. All you're doing is trying to make everybody happy, and the goal is never set. It was like, can we do this? Can we get this effect? Make the drums sound like this? Yes, cool. But take that too far, and people will just, as long as they test you and start to play with, they'll just keep going. And I just fell into traps where, someone wants stems for a record, and they act like they 8 a.m.
Yeah.
So I'm the guy like, okay, well, I've already been here 12 hours. I'll stay 4 more hours, get your stems for you, so I make you happy, and you'll come back and hire me. What I discovered is after I almost worked myself to death. Basically, pandemic happened March 2020. From March to October 1st, I mixed 125.
Holy shit.
That's insane.
When I had the stroke, when I got out of it, I started to do, it's like, I'm coming back. I'm okay. I recovered like 95%. Let me start doing 8-hour days, like 4 hour. I think I started 4-hour days. I'll just come do a little bit of mixing. A couple clients that were like real close to me. Yeah, man, do this one song, take 2 days, matter, helping me. So I'm doing this stuff, and a few months later, I'm like doing 8-hour days instead of 15-hour days. And they'd say, hey, can you do these stems? I'd be like, no, I'll do them tomorrow. And no one cared. They're like, yeah, cool, tomorrow's fine too. So I realized it's like just a self-learning thing. It's like they'll wait for you. As long as you're a pro and get the job done, client happy, you don't have to be backwards.
I remember when we recorded this episode, because obviously me and DK had like still been early years of our studio that we started together, but I've always been a workaholic, and that was always kind of my mindset, kind of like how I brought up earlier in the live stream, that like even when we opened the studio, the day we got the keys, I already had an 8 a.m. session the next day, so I slept on the floor in the studio setting it up, and it was one of those things where I'm like, if somebody like Bob was able to put up boundaries, and he says it really helped and he wish he did it sooner, I'm like, I maybe should try implementing this, because one of the strains in my relationship, I've been with my wife 14 years this coming November. But I've talked about it in the past where like at one point I was going to school full time, I was working full time, and I owned my first studio, and I was that guy. Every call, I would just say yes, 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 because like you mentioned, climbing the ladder.
Right.
And so once I started putting into effect what we talked about on that day, I did notice that, holy shit, if anybody did drop off, it was a lot of like those clients that needed immediacy that wasn't actually as beneficial to the growth that I was seeing.
Right.
Kind of like the 80-20 kind of playing into effect.
Yeah.
So it, oddly enough, that episode, even though it wasn't like a direct conversation between us, but rather a topic on the podcast, that was something that I started seeing other people kind of DM me and say like that episode was one of my favorites because it made the biggest difference that I never knew it could make.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you do it out of passion, do a 15-hour session because you got all these ideas to get out and you're having fun and happy, that's fine. Obviously, a doctor will tell you that too much of that is bad, but it's a different thing than when feel like you're forced and don't want. And that's what you want to stay away from, because those clients that act like they need that thing right then and there, most of them want it.
I always say there's no such thing as a business emergency.
Right.
When you call the post office on a Saturday, what do? Wait till fucking Monday. Yeah.
Right.
I would say like because I'm in the earlier stages of my career with that. Like even in the earlier stages, people are pretty respectful when I set good boundaries. Yeah.
It's a good culture to create. I learned this is such a good episode. In fact, that episode for me was crucial for me because I am a natural workaholic. Okay, got it from my father, running away from my emotions by working. There's when we first met, the first time we ever met, before we even recorded that episode, I had just moved to LA, and my wife wasn't here. It was just me while my wife was away in our old home. In a different state, and I was just here, and I think I was trying to hide the pain of being away from family as well. And there's 168 hours in a week, and I worked about 155 to 160. I slept about 8 hours total for an entire week, and immediately after that, I went into a straight depression. 6 months, something that still creeps up every once in a while. Well, until relatively recently, And I think it's beautiful that obviously you got to take care of yourself, which is a big part of the episode. There's a few people here that said their favorite episode is the ones that are about mental. And the opposite hand, I love that you said you got to save the energy for when, for example, for when Michael Jackson calls. Or for like when you can't doing it all the time in case Beyonce calls you tomorrow, and then you got to be able to do it, you know? And I just cannot thank you enough for helping me personally, as well as all the listeners for sharing your thoughts on that.
Yeah, you gotta keep yourself healthy.
Yeah.
You gotta keep yourself healthy so you can give to the music, be creative, bring something,
feel something. Yeah.
So Bob, I got one. So because I know me, you, and DK have gone to lunch together, and I know we can go. But I got a quick question for you. All right. So I've always known you to be the kind of guy that likes to try and converted shootouts together and stuff like that.
That was fun, actually.
But as much as you try new gear, you don't try new gear too often. There's always something special that you've found in each unit that you've kept. You use
it has to
gear
be better than the plugin,
or else you're not buying
or
it.
plugin of it doesn't exist.
Exactly. Now, with that said, is there any specific piece of gear in your rack? Because you've got a few pieces. You don't have like the Ocean Way wall or anything, but you've got a few choice pieces, is the way I would describe it. Which one is the most choice in your opinion? Like, which one is, if you had to take one with you, sell the rest? Like, which piece do you back the most?
If it has to be one, that would be the Hazel Rig V compressor, which they
Nice.
have right here in the front.
Yeah.
That's my absolute favorite.
What is it about it that you like?
So, press something.
WPM?
Most compressors, it gets degraded a little when you stream compression. So, like if you take a mono drum room, crush it. The reason they call it crush is
Pumpy and
like
distorted.
Yeah.
And compression is another form of distortion.
Yeah.
the V&E uses something called pulse width modulation, which I can't scientifically explain. Like, I gotta look at the website for that. But no matter how much you crush it,
Interesting. Okay.
so for vocals, especially like modern pop vocals, where we level that thing,
Yeah.
it's fantastic.
Okay.
By the way,
I got to come by and try that at some point. I'll bring the tube tech and everything.
There you go.
Yeah.
Technical tip for this episode: the ones that have been thirsting for the technical tip. Another type
Thirsty.
of compressor. We got Verimune, we got optical, we got FET, we got VCA. Nobody ever talks about the with
PWE?
pulse modulation. Pulse width modulation, the
There's
PWM.
There's only 3.
You got the Hazel Rig one, you got the Great River one, and
DW Fern.
W Fern, which is Hazel Rig, same guy, different guy.
So Hazel Rig works for.
There you
the
go.
Hazel
That's
Brothers
I
work for
apologize. I
DW.
apologize. Sweet.
Yeah.
So there's it's another type of compressor that nobody really talks about.
Yeah.
So cool one to look
My
into.
favorite new piece though
Mhm.
is the Mercury 666 Fairchild.
Okay. I'm
I
not
saw you
gonna
post that
lie.
one.
Yeah,
I
I
saw you
wanted to
post that
ask about that, but
Hold on. Wee wee gear
Yep.
alert. Wee wee.
Nerds. But yeah, I'm definitely talking to you about that one later.
All right, Bob. Anything else that you want to share with us as we finish up this interview?
I
Any
don't know.
advice?
I'm happy to be here.
You were always
love you.
happy, no
Awesome.
matter where
Yeah.
you go, dude. All right, everybody, standing ovation for the
Yeah.
legendary Bob Ward. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. All right, we only have a few guests left. Thank you. And if you're watching the stream upstairs in the green room, for the guests in the green room, thank you so much for being patient. We only have a few people left. We're gonna finish this up. First off, before we move on, I need to pee. I'm gonna pee real fast. It'll be super duper fast.
Can you
and I will
describe it when
wash
you
my
come back?
hands. I will wash my hands. Let's have you guys ask these two some questions.
Yeah.
Unless we want to take a universal pee break.
I kind of need pee too.
Okay, universal
Yeah.
pee break. When we get back, we are giving away the raffles. We're doing the
Yeah.
raffles, both of the raffles when we get back.
Yeah.
I'm serious. 5 minutes max. 5 minutes max. If you're on the stream, stay on the stream because as soon as we get back, we're calling random name for the raffle, for the plug-in, for the raffle, for the microphone from Loud Audio and Kaiju.
Let's get some video game music.
All right,
Luke could do his stand up.
What?
All right, you got this.
You want me to
Luke.
tell
We're
my
going-
life story?
funny joke.
Why? Who hurt you the most growing up?
DK.
Oh shit, that was the answer.
I love you.
Talk about your Charizard.
Which one?
Thank you. Oh, these are.
Okay.
Oh, this would be good for Yurko.
That's Machi.
What?
The other one's not, but that one is.
Oh, no, the right there. You're just to help us pay rent. Yay, what up, Dominic?
Great.
I'm glad, isn't it?
It's
Isn't
so
this amazing?
entertaining.
I'm glad. Crazy as fuck. I fucking love that.
Well, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's good to see you, dude. I just washed my. Dude, yes. Hi, what do y'all think? Huh? So far, so good? It's actually turning out all right. It's actually turning out all right.
Is this the mic you guys are running?
This is, but this is the, this is
Not
not the
necessarily
mic,
that
but
mic,
that,
but
this
the
mic.
model.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
You ready?
Go for it.
Yeah, man. Dude, that's some shit that would happen to me sometimes. Just take this off and.
All right, one more time. If you are on the stream, say, yes, I'm here. Say, yes, I'm here. If you are on the stream, one more time. If you've already done it once, please do it again. One more time. Say, yes, I'm here. Hey, I'm here. I want to make sure that y'all are here. Raffle. We're going to do it again. Hey, we're going to get started. We're going to do the raffles before everybody comes back. I don't want too much downtime here.
Black and white picture.
I think I've had a lot.
Actually, most of them are every frame every time.
James is doing great. He's asking best questions. Good. I love that he feels a little. Don't hate that. Much as we talk about. Good. It's a good nervous. Good. Keep him on his toes. All right. All right, say hello. I'm here on the stream. I'm about to do the raffle. Okay, doing the randomizer, doing the randomizer. Doing the randomizer. All right. Everybody, little drum roll for the raffle stream. Raffle stream. Winner of the Kive audio plugin. This episode is brought to you by Kive. This person who wins must DM me or email me or get in contact with me in some kind of way. You can message me on the live stream and ask me which way is the best way. I think email is the best way to do it. All right, the winner is randomizer Lisa Conley. Everybody, round of applause. Lisa Conley. I'm now realizing that there's like 4 different Conleys. Jacob Conley, Jackson Conley. Is Lisa your mom? Bro, if she won, whoever, yeah, dude, if y'all are related, it may not be, but if y'all are related, she's a senior citizen, this isn't right.
Wait, what?
I think someone's mom just won. That DK is not. Be careful. Be careful with that.
I mean, hold on. DK is always hitting on someone's mom. It's called his wife.
DK loves. Shout out to the MILFs.
He is a mother hugger.
I told everyone.
We win by proxy. Hold on. Actually,
we win by proxy?
Hey, Jackson, are y'all related for real though? I do think that's a little unfair. That being said, I didn't say that before, but whatever. Thanks for joining the stream. Get in contact with me.
You beat the system. That's what you guys did.
Yeah, I cannot believe that. That's whatever.
I heard Lisa Conley makes a mean apple pie.
As in, I want to make a joke. Huh? Loose comments.
It's our white noise.
Y'all just missed it. Loose comments are just like white noise sometimes.
Like the good. Yeah.
Mexican noise.
Mexican noise. Brown noise, huh?
Brown noise. Dude.
¿Qué pasó, güey?
Hey, not a rule. Whatever, dude.
I do like when James
we
hits me with
win.
Spanish
But if you
from
rigged
left
it
field.
like that, if we rigged it,
Whenever you hit me with Spanish from left field.
Hey, is everybody here? Is everybody here?
No, I knew that.
Is everybody here?
Before I knew that.
Hey, we're gonna do the raffle for the microphone. Raffle for the microphone. Raffle for the microphone. Raffle for the microphone. All right. All right, we have a winner. Everybody.
Drum roll.
Drum roll, please. Well, before we give this microphone away.
Yes.
Boo, Lou, boo.
Why me? What did I do? I'll take it.
All right. The winner of the LS208 by Loudon Audio is, by random surprise, Put your hands together for Brian Burke!
Brian Burke!
Oh, shit! Hell yeah.
Your prize is located right there.
That is a
What's in the box?
I don't know how much we can say on stream. I don't know how much we can say on stream, but Loud and Audio, we're big fans of Loud and Audio.
Oh yeah,
They
Loud and Audio
obviously-
has been a long time supporter of like honestly up and coming artists. Not just that, but even engineers. Like they showed a lot of love even before we did the podcast. And not only that, but they're hand built in San Jose. They're out in the Bay Area, but aside from that, they've been creating some of the craziest microphones. And one of the questions I always get is, you know, what is it like? You know, is that supposed to be like a 251? Is it supposed to be an 87? Like, what kind of mic is it? They're not meant to be anything. They're their own microphone brand. They have their own unique sound. And so that's kind of the dope thing. It's not just another clone company coming out with a copy. And lately, if you see, like, even their drum mics are going insane. They're being taken all over on tours. It's just really dope people. And Trent, funny enough, has been the guy that like really reaches out. And Bryson, who was here, he actually is the one that got me connected with Lawton, which ended up resulting in the podcast getting with Lawton.
Yeah, and by the way, if you didn't win, that's cool because I don't know how much I can say, but if you talk to Lou or Bryson,
Yeah. Just let us know and we'll help you get the right deals in
they
place.
can do things. They can do things that I'm not allowed to disclose on the internet.
We can do
That's all
things
I'm
that
gonna
make you
say.
smile. Do with that what you will.
And help with the mic.
Okay?
Hand jobs.
Shake my hand, DK. Shake my hand. I'm not letting go now.
We should get, because we have some guests waiting upstairs, so we should probably get
Yeah,
that.
let's get going. Let's honor these guests
I don't
by
think they're
bringing
going
them
to want
down
to shake my
real
hand
quick.
after what you
Real
said.
heroes. We
All right,
appreciate
up next is another legend of the game, someone that you may recognize. If you don't, you're not involved with a society. This next guest is a platinum mix and mastering engineer.
Oh, yeah.
He's been on the podcast a couple times. We've hung out. He is a hardcore rocker. He's one of the strongest, biggest muscular men you've ever met in your life. He's kind of scary, honestly, but just how strong that he is. All
But
right?
he's also very nice.
This guy is one of
Remain
the
calm.
kindest people you've ever met. Relatively recently married as well, which is, I mean, I think that's
Hell
something to
yeah.
applause for. But
Yeah.
I mean, beyond the plaques is like, yeah, fucking committing to something or someone. That's amazing. Give it up for David Express TV.
How's it going? Good to see you.
It's good to see you.
Well, at least the $100 that I gave you for the production.
Really made it worth it.
They bend really easily to bribe, so that's a good thing to do.
This one is
$100.
Wait, you're getting
Any of
paid?
these, you
Any
can-
of
you
these.
can
Yeah.
double-
What everyone
All
calls
right.
to you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for having me. First
Welcome,
of all, thank you,
welcome,
everybody.
David. Welcome to the show. Y'all have seen this guy. Put your hands together one more time for David. Welcome to the show.
Thank
It's
you.
always good to see you. Your studio. Are you still doing bunkers?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
I do, yeah. That's my second.
Your second thing.
Second.
Second studio. Oh yeah, your first
yeah.
being your
My,
yours,
my,
your
my
personal one.
private suite, and then this public.
Yeah. Can I ask you? You've done a lot of videos. We've probably watched all of them and then some, right? By the way, the with pulse modulation thing, the different types of compressor. This guy's like one of the only guys that actually addressed that on the different types of compressors like episode. Nobody else has addressed that. This guy did. All right, so he's on some shit. All right, that's what I'm saying.
Because I don't have any social life.
Yeah.
All I do is like mixing and messing with the hardware.
Well, let's ask the real questions. What are you squatting these days?
Actually, hold on.
That
As a
was
guy-
actually my
As a
question.
guy that goes to the gym, I'm curious.
So right now, I don't know. My max is probably like 4 or 5.
What's your
but
working set?
My working set is like 360, 375 for like
Nice.
triplets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy
Oh, yeah.
shit!
Give it up for that, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Holy fuck! All right.
My dad, this is max's.
Holy shit!
Holy shit! All right.
That was
You know,
good.
I was hold on. I was proud with 345s and a 25. I'm not adding it up in my head right now, but I know it's definitely not that. Holy shit, bro!
Dude, amazing.
I have actually, can I ask an actual question
ahead.
with that? Like, because like working out a lot of stuff, do you see like benefits from that translate into your
100%.
working in music?
And it's funny because I get asked this quite often.
Yeah.
And the one thing that I can say is it trains your willpower, trains your determination, right? And so you get used to do the things that you necessarily want to do, right? So I don't feel like every time, load 300 plus pounds on my back and squat, but I do it anyway. So this taught me that don't have motivation, don't have inspiration.
Yes.
And so
Love that.
this
Yes.
translate like, hey, this mix is not sounding good or do we want it, I'm not leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Incredible. And you are definitely like, I mean, how long have you been doing Mixed Bus TV? How many years?
So actually, YouTube just communicated to me.
Nice. Yeah. I remember watching the channel pretty early on, like way before me and DK met. And so when he told me, he's like, "Yeah, we're gonna be having Mixed Bus TV do an interview with us," and I was like, "Oh, that's awesome! Hell yeah,
Yeah, dude.
yeah."
Dude, I want to say beyond, we've seen your shows, we've seen your episodes. We know that you have a lot of technical knowledge. You are a colleague nerd, just like all of us,
Yeah.
right? But you also have a really interesting and cool history. English is a second language. You're an immigrant,
Yes.
right?
Yes, I was born in Italy.
You're
Yeah.
Italian?
Yeah, I was born in
I
Italy.
didn't know. I knew.
What do you
I
think I was?
don't know.
Okay, so I'm gonna say what I thought.
You weren't moving your hands
See,
while
I
talking.
didn't know you
so
were
I didn't know.
Italian, but I also never researched it.
Yeah, I
But
didn't know that.
because of like your strength and your gym ethic, I was like, this guy's got to be German. You know what I mean? I was like,
You're
this
not
guy's
that
way too
far off.
strong. Yeah.
Not only we are close, but I did live in Germany. for a
No
little bit.
way.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
cool.
lived in
What-
Paris for a little bit.
What part of
Amazing.
Germany did you live in?
Berlin.
Berlin? No,
Mhm.
yeah.
I mean, classic European, been all
Yeah.
over. More experience than every American. All right, but I mean, the thing that you don't sometimes you talk about, but I find it really interesting your story, right? Like, not only did you come here, you were a full-on rock dude. Like, you were singing. You were the front man of a band.
Yes.
You had some relative success,
Yeah.
and you're still like you still look like you're the coolest guy ever. You know what I'm saying? You still look like you're rocking your pants off every day. You know,
But my
tell us a
mohawk
little bit.
was blue before, so I calmed down a little.
Tell us a little bit. I mean, we all seen the videos. Tell us a little bit about your that story, that part of David that you don't get to introduce too often.
Yeah, that's how I somewhat started. Let's say professionally, music. I started. And I always sucked, but I was really good at playing with pedals. That should have been like a sign probably already. Knobs,
Red flag.
knobs before like actual
Yellow
playing.
flag.
But yeah, that was my band. Formed this band, and 2 years in, we got signed.
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
And that was not a happy relationship. Put it this way.
Hell no.
Because what happened? What happened?
White noise.
It happened to me. It wasn't. So to speak, it wasn't a special thing. Meaning, what happened to me, it happened to.
Of course.
The band got shelved. We are talking about 2007. Those were later on labeled, and it wasn't 6 years contract, 3 albums, one every. And after the first, and there was the whole speech, like you would think would be in a movie, like you really think.
Yeah.
And the truth is, if you're not at one of the priorities, that's where it was back then. And what happened is, yeah, we didn't get a dime after the first album. And when you do this, like some people do this, and then they are smart enough to have like maybe a second job or something like that, so they can make money while they're pursuing their music career, which is the smart thing to do. People, don't be me. Don't make my mistakes. And when you do this for a living and they don't pay you, well, that's a problem, right? And so, yeah, that's what happened. That's one day, like, three of my songs went on Rockman.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, only I didn't know. And so, so I was in the car with my bass player, and a friend of ours calls us on the phone and said, like, "Hey, congratulations!" I'm like, "For what?"
You're on Rockman. Holy shit.
For what? And I was like, "The video game." And they're like, "What are you talking about?" And yeah, I didn't know anything. It was like, "Yeah, Google your band's name on Rockman." That was years of people. Songs I know it didn't time. And I said, "Yeah," and put a lawyer because I really didn't want to give them another album. So the lawyer said, "Yeah, they are in breach of contract. They're gonna win, no doubt. The problem, they are a major. They have all the money in the world. They're gonna drag it for 10 years. You don't know how much you're gonna get at the end. They can claim whatever they want."
I didn't realize this was that much of a horror story.
Yeah, and those were the CD years. So it's not like today you have a streaming where you can take a look how much, you know.
You have no idea. They're
You have no
keeping
idea.
data from you.
Yeah, you don't have
Yeah.
access to the backend. And so, yeah, the only thing that we were able to do is break free from the contract for the second album. We released it. It was called Black Hop. Dance Macabre record, which was a big independent by Bruno from Dusk. And it was much better, but at that point, they kind of killed the passion for me.
Yeah.
Because it was such a grind. And there were other small issues. For example, the first tour for the second album, I was on tour with Hansel and Gretel from New York, and we played the first show, and then we were supposed to hop on a tour bus and shows. And we played the show, 2 bands, full like rigs of lights and everything and all that, and we go to hop on the bus 3 a.m. and was no bus because the tour manager ran out with money, and so we didn't know how to get to the next venue, which was the Viper Room, sold out, and if you don't go, there's a problem. So we had to like rent vans, cars, get there somehow. And I remember that was the night, and that was the first day of the tour, but that was the night that I called my best friend on the phone. I said, you know,
Wow.
the good thing is that I was already engineering bands and people when I never promoted it, and I lost a lot of credits because back in the years it wasn't cool like it is today.
Interesting. Yeah.
It was today is kind of cool if you do everything yourself, right? Like it's awesome. Back then, the other bands were, if you're doing yourself or if you're doing engineer on the side, they were looking at you and asking like, "Are you broke or something?" Like it wasn't cool like it's today.
It was a status thing.
Yeah, it was absolutely, you know, and especially like in the industrial genre back those years were like mainstream. We're talking about Benson was on MTV.
Yeah,
you know, music award night playing Chaps Out.
Yeah,
you know, it was awesome. You know, and so it was a status thing. But fortunately for me, I was already doing it, and I realized very soon that I liked that lifestyle better. Just as a lifestyle, because also, you know, I'm a healthy guy. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I don't party. So even the backstage life, it wasn't really, especially when we were touring with other bands or with festivals. Everybody was drunk out of their mind, and I'm the only one.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not. I don't fit here.
Trying to have a coherent conversation with somebody who's not coherent.
Yeah, exactly. I remember I was playing in Helsinki one festival, like, and you know there was a bunch of bands, and the only band that I kind of bonded with, Mortis, sober.
Yeah.
So I was always in the locker room. But you know, when you're in this situation, you need to realize I'm the fish out of this is the rock star life. And I was like, you know what? I like a lot better to be my clean studio with my board and my outboard, my food, and that's it. And so it was kind of a natural.
So I have a question about nowadays, right? So Mixbus TV started 10 years ago. And what's kind of funny is I remember the first video I saw from you was actually calculating Pro Tools round trip latency, manually.
Still going strong.
Still going strong, yeah.
Pro Tools didn't
Yeah,
change.
they haven't fixed it.
It didn't get better.
10 years ago.
It didn't get better.
Yeah, never did.
You should track
Every other DAW. Every other DAW.
One of the cool things about your channel is that aside from seeing the progression from like you kind of starting it out, and obviously like anything new isn't like the greatest quality to where it is now. You've got this amazing home studio and everything as well. And now you're recently married. Congratulations on that. But yeah, give this man a round of applause. Commitment nowadays is harder to find.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shout out Bella. That's
Hell
amazing.
yeah. And speaking of Bella, you guys have actually kind of started a musical act together where she's the main artist, right? She sings. You're producing, mixing everything. What has that been like for you? Because you're obviously busy with your work, the YouTube channel and everything, but this is something that you share with each other. Like, what's that like?
So, first of all, it was not in the plans for me to go into what happened with her, which is full-blown artist. I never thought I wanted to do it, could do it.
You guys are doing it big, because I remember running into you guys at one of the music videos at a venue that I was head engineer for.
Yeah. So it was not not even in the back of my mind, because it takes so much time and effort, and it's hard. It's probably arguably the hardest thing that you could possibly try to do in the music business, to break into the market as an artist. It's borderline impossible. But what happened is that she was so freaking amazing, and the way it happened is like they introduced each other. She was doing movies where she didn't like it, always wanted to do music, and decided, I'm done with all the auditions and all that. Concentrate. And so a common friend, I think you're this girl, and we met at Westlake in the old
location on Lincolnshire.
Yep. And she said hi to me, and I was like, what was that sound that came out of your voice?
I remember you telling me this story, and I was like, "Oh, that is the sweetest thing I've ever heard."
Blind, I thought she was Japanese, dude. Like.
Yeah, no, it was like it's just you guys heard her, like you met her in person as well. Like she's a real life fairy, to the point that people voice wake up to that. I can attest it. That's how she talks, and her voice was so incredible that even just her speaking voice, and I was like, holy shit. And she had 2 demos on the phone, nothing more. But I was like, I want to be the guy who at least try and see what happens. We were like completely professional. And I was like, I can't promise you anything, not big A&R or something, but I can promise you I will do everything that I can. I don't want money. I don't want nothing. If it goes well, we'll see what happens with that. And that because I simply thought this can't go away. And I thought that her voice was her best selling, right?
Yeah.
Fairy voice she has. And I was right and I was wrong at the same time, because when we actually started writing together, I realized that her strength is what a great lyricist.
Gotcha.
And you can tap on a table and write a top, and the lyrics along with it. So when I was mixing Heartbreak Motel, I actually take a break because I was like tearing up. And I had to like stop and like, what the fuck is going on? Let's go.
Yeah.
Smoking it. And I heard that song a million times, and it still gets me. I've seen grown men going like when listening to it, right? And so that's her strength. Like she can pull out these stories. That's how she writes stories, and then we turn it into music. That you can tell by the reaction of people when they listen. Like she touches souls.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how it was never a plan or something that I thought I could or wanted to do. It was a call. Like it was,
Yeah.
you know, when people say like
just
some
made a
people
call in that moment.
you have to do it and
Yeah.
not. Some people do music.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
I hate to keep bringing this up, but this is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. Something that I personally find inspirational. Maybe members of the audience do as well. English is my second language, actually, and you know, growing up in Japan and then moving here, it's I find a ton of inspiration for others that have done the same. You know, and it's this weird thing because we do this really difficult thing in a world that America's different, very different.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's amazing. It's amazing. And I just am so inspired by people like you. And it's funny because it's like totally on brand for everything. You got fucked by the label, right? Just in general. And yet here you are still lifting fucking 500 pounds.
Exactly.
And the coolest thing, and I add this, I've always believed that quantity builds quality. People are like quantity quality. I have to say, your videos, it's not on like a 4K Sony camera. Is it your phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's your phone.
Yeah.
Fucking it's just his phone, y'all. Just his phone.
And good
and
lighting.
you fucking did it. And you're
That's
doing
a good point. Good lighting. Yeah.
and I find I mean, not just the content, but the fact that you, to a certain degree, a healthy amount of I don't give a shit is so inspiring, especially when you two are like immigrant second language in America, and I just cannot say how inspiring and like awesome that is. So thank you so much. Everybody.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. And on that note, everybody follow this guy, subscribe to this guy, Mixbus TV, mixing and mastering courses. 10 seconds of tell us about what they can find in your courses.
Yeah, the courses, there's many. First of all, I'm kind of known, so to speak, for genre hopping. So
Genre hopping, yeah.
Yeah, so in courses you can find literally metal to pop or hip hop. So every course is a different genres. I have courses specifically for vocal production, where I actually put down goodbye extremely complex matrix vocals and vocal tracks, and it's super in depth. On my videos, you know how in depth I go, OCD kind of in depth. So there's not just what I'm doing, but why I'm doing it and how.
That's actually what got me into Mixbus.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's, you know, because if you don't give context and why you did what you do, it's just a bunch of presets that are used.
More why, less how.
How do you feel about people hitting you up for presets? all right. David, everybody, stand up. Standing ovation for David.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you for sticking around.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
All right, who's having a good fucking time? All right, we only have 2 more guests for y'all before we close this. Shut this thing down. But I think we've been having a good time. This has been good. This is all impromptu. We fucking put this thing together last minute. Holy shit! This is actually seems like we know what we're doing.
I think my favorite question tonight has been, which camera do I look at?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, everybody. Yeah. 2 more guests. This next guest is crazy. You may not. He doesn't have the biggest online presence, but I kid you not, you should be stalking this guy. You should be stalking this guy.
You have our permission. You're allowed to.
You should be looking up. Like, once you look up his credits, you'll be like, oh my fuck. I've been listening to all of these songs that he's mixed, and I've never even realized it. This guy is genuine. I've never met him before, actually. This is my first time meeting him. I wish we could say, I hope to say after this we'll be friends. This is an incredible mix engineer. Has spent some major time with some of the greats. Has worked with artists like Post Malone, Doja Cat, Glass Animals, Amine Donile. Give it up for David Nakaji! Oh, let me look at
My brother from another. How are you doing, sir?
Welcome to the Mixing Music Podcast. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, you were all trying to reach out.
Lou went out and then you butted it
I
out.
cut everybody off. Grab a
I bet your hands are very soft.
Yeah.
They are.
Sorry for. Yeah, exactly. And let's talk about that.
Sure, shoot.
You have had, from what I can tell, I've only observed, right? So I'm trying to hear your side of the story. Do you openly say who you've assisted under?
Yeah, I talk about Jay all the time. Yeah, I was right hand Joshua through Larrabee Studios when he was mixing out of there. And yeah, I heard some people all talk about 10,000 hours and putting in the long work and all that. And yeah, I definitely did that with Jay. It was a really great experience. It was, as you can imagine, an insane amount of work. But, you know, when you're in the thick of working on records of that level, you just appreciate it while you're doing it. Shit ton of work.
Did he make you, like, cut the pillows? Did he like?
Yeah.
Cut the what?
No, don't worry about this.
Yeah, it's something that Jay talks about in a lot of his interviews, I guess.
Yeah.
Being the best runner there, and you know, I think when I was running there, I wasn't interacting with Jay in any sort of capacity like that.
Really?
So no. Luckily, we had other people.
So Larrabee,
Yeah.
and with Jay, because I'm friendly with him apparently. Jay, yeah. Dude, that's amazing. And you've done, from what I've observed, the route of coming out here, assisting with someone, learning the ropes. How much did
Yeah.
you know before you got that assisting gig?
Oh, I mean, I was pretty well versed. I came up through Cleveland initially, born and raised in Cleveland, Ohio. You know, started out there doing live sound and working out of a small studio. There was like one of two places in the city that had an SSL room. You know?
Really?
And yeah, you know, I cut my teeth just doing low-level tracking stuff and low-level live sound stuff until I got lucky and I started working with Keisha Cole for a number of years.
Oh, hey, look at that. We're twins.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. Yeah, I was working with her 2018 to 2022.
Oh, very
23.
cool. Very
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, no, I think I worked with her in 2009, 2010-ish. 12, did
Nice.
2 albums together. But yeah, so I cut my teeth as like sound tech, front of house guy, monitor guy, tracking engineer, and then
You've really been through the ropes.
yeah, well, you know, you grow up in you live and you work in a minor market. You got to do, you know, anything, right? You're working whatever gig pays the bill that month. And for me, in the first crucial years of audio journey, it was literally, you know, either I was at Peabody's, which was the venue I worked at for a number of years, or I was cutting out of this place called Up Audio, just every day, one or the other, 7 days. So I had, you know, my ropes, I guess. I knew technical stuff. I'd cut major label records. So I came out here knowing that, like, I knew that I knew enough, right? But I knew that I didn't know how the cheese was really made. Beef was really made, or however that's
Sausage.
yeah, the sausage is made. Thank you.
You don't want to know.
Yeah, and you don't want to know. You generally don't want to know. But, you know, so like I knew that I knew enough, and then, but I knew that there was this blank space, and it was mixing. And that was something I really loved. It was something I always gravitated towards. Even in the early stages of, you know, my like educational journey into this stuff, going to college, I knew that mixing was like where my heart and soul was in it. Because I'm, you know, as you said, I don't really have a social media presence, and it's because I'm very much so an introvert. Yeah.
You also don't fucking need it. Like
Oh,
to be
yeah.
clear.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think everyone needs to play the game nowadays. It's a totally different world than when I started in 2009, even, which is crazy to think about. You know, it's been less than 20 years, and the whole game has changed. And content creation and putting yourself out there, that's part of the game now. There's a lot of people that has made a genuine path forward for them, and either it is the path or it is another way to supplement. I think it's a serious thing that a lot of people think about. I mean, they see like big YouTubers, big streamers, and stuff like that, but they don't think about the guy that's like bringing home like $100 a month from something. Even to get to that point, big or whatever. But I do think it's a viable path. It is something that a lot of people are doing these days, and you see a lot of people have success with it. A lot of people that were here tonight that have a lot of success with it. But yeah, I don't know. I came from a different era where it was just like, do the work, you keep your nose down, and hope that you do enough consistently great work that people are going to just remember who the hell you are. You know, that's kind of how I built my personal. It's all been through personal relationships with people that I've just met along the way.
I'd kind of argue that is surprisingly still relevant.
What's that?
Like just keeping your head down
Oh, yeah.
and working. I mean, it's surprising how much like answering your emails consistently.
Yeah,
That alone.
Having a
That
to-do
alone.
list.
Yeah, no, I mean, Shane was talking about kindness. I think being empathetic towards your clients is going to make you the most money that you can in this business, because having that direct connection with anyone is what's going to realistically bring them back to you. You can be the best mixer in the world, but have the worst client relationships, and not going to get very. And vice versa, you can be a terrible mixer, but you can have a really great relationship with somebody, and believe it or not, that will keep you around longer than you think it will.
I've seen it time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure everyone here knows at least one cat that is terrible, but they are in.
Might be in this room.
Yeah,
I
you never know.
actually
You
I
never
have
know.
a client
Maybe
that
a
always
host.
sends me their songs to get mastered, and
Oh,
they've
yeah.
been using the same mix engineer for years.
And
every
yeah.
time I get it, and I'm like, oh, that's a lot of reverb. Is that how you wanted it? He's like,
Did
well,
you
that's
record
what
this in
he
the
said
80s?
sounded good. And I was like, oh, you're just taking it. Cool. I guess
Yeah.
we're mastering this.
You know, a lot of it's personal relationships. The thing that's granted me the longevity that I've had in this business has been personal. So, you know, all it takes is one to change your life. I mean, one phone call away from whatever the big record is, right? So yeah, relationships.
I have a question about the process, because I've heard you assisted production. What's that process of transitioning from being known as your own?
Oh, it's fucking
entity?
terrifying.
Yeah, like what was that
it-
for you?
Oh, you know, for me, and I think probably are there transplants here? There's people that not from LA that moved here, be in LA.
Yeah.
It's the same process that you had when going through that decision process to leave your hometown and to leave everything that you knew behind to take this venture and this bet out on yourself. It's this for me. It was. You know, when you're working for someone like Jay or Serban, Annie, you're going to be doing a lot of really great records. You're going to be doing a lot of really phenomenal, cool records that you're going to be a blessing to be a part of. But eventually, it is the same thing, right? It is like you've hit the plateau of how far you can go within that camp, and at some point, you got to look at yourself and just go, okay, well, am I just going to do this forever? Am I just going to continue being this person's right hand or whatever you may be to that person? Or am I going to say, okay, well, I'm going to try and do this myself? I think for me, it was, you know, I had enough credits under my belt. And the whole time that I was doing 100 to 110 hour weeks at Larrabee, I would go home each night and I would work on my own records, building up one client at a time. And it just gets to a point where you have to decide, you know, is one thing taking away from the other? Is my work on my own personal business, is that actually taking away from my ability to function properly here at this other person's business that I made an allegiance through an employment contract to, you know, be the best that I can be at this job? So, you know, it's like once you have to start asking yourself those kind of questions, you're probably at a good place where, you know, okay, well, screw it. I make enough to pay my bills. And from here, I can at least give this a solid shot, knowing that I'll get by each month. So that was like really my thought process. You know, you at some point you have to bet on yourself. And
Nice.
So, yeah, it's a leap of faith for sure.
Also, this chat is going crazy for you. Everybody on the chat loves you.
Oh, that's
I'm
sad.
looking at it.
That's
It's
sad.
like,
Dubs in the chat, huh?
Yeah, dude.
Look
Um,
at me, streamer talk.
the reason why I bring that up, and I brought it up gently, was because we've had guests in the past that have actually, point, we've had guests in the past on the show that have brought up a difficulty to differentiate their personal brand with the person that they assisted for. So they
Oh,
said,
for sure.
they said politely, please don't bring up the fact that I assisted for.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Like this big name that.
If you would have asked me this, in 2020, 2019, when I left working in Larrabee and left working for Jason, I would have told you probably the same. Because there is definitely that jumping off point where you're like, well, I want to be seen as this rather than somebody's underling. I want to be seen as a guy. And so, yeah, there's definitely, I definitely felt that way. I understand that feeling. Because who doesn't want to stand there and be acknowledged for the things that they bring to the table that make them unique? That is their timbre, their special uniqueness, their voice, their craft. Everyone wants to be that. And you do see some people that just fall under the weight of the shadow of the person. So having, I definitely have felt that way in the beginning of me making that transition out from being an assistant for one of these great mixers. I definitely did do for the first 3-4 years even. And it wasn't until more recent, past like year and a half, I think between father did that, but I started reflecting more, and I was like, well, this is part of my journey. It was part of how I met a lot of the A&Rs and the client relations I have that allowed me to build my business. And so more recently I've been talking about it. So I can understand why that's like such like a touchy.
Yeah, for sure.
Very helpful though. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. There's because I've had a lot of FOMO, and this is another personal thing with me. I've shared with you a lot. I didn't come up with the route of interning for someone or assisting for someone, and I've just kind of happened to land doing mixing for a living, right, at whatever capacity. And I've always had FOMO. Anybody that I've ever talked to, probably even some of your friends and colleagues, all right, and our mutual friends, that have been like, why? Like you have to build your own brand eventually anyway.
Yeah, it's all part of the process.
So it's just like, I just find that like every path is different. That's the point. Every path is different. Everybody can go their own way, whether you assist or someone. The FOMO doesn't need to be there, as long as, I think, to your point, people that are creative, I find, typically have a hard time having conscientiousness, like the ability to keep a to-do list, to wake up at the same time every day, respond to emails.
Yeah.
And I really like
This will be your friend if you don't have organization. That is something that I learned real early on.
And it takes once every 50 times to not have the label of being consistent, and to not be known as the guy. Super rare, right?
Yeah.
And I find that your work is incredible. First off,
thank you.
Absolutely incredible.
Appreciate that.
I don't want to say too much, but little Japanese pride there. And
He's getting all choked up.
Tell us, you can be as technical as you want, but the last
Sure.
thing that I want to ask you is, why do you mix the way that you do?
Oh, well, there's the politically correct answer, and there's like, and that's like, well, I put love into the thing, right? I think mix the way I do. I always tell clients I'm close with, I'm going to work on your record until I fuck. That's my getting off point. Like, I'm going to put so much time and energy into this thing, so much just focus, a good portion of my life trying to bring this to what I think it should be. What's in, I honestly mix from my heart, really do. I don't think about things in technicals. I don't try and hit certain loudness levels. People always have questions about like luffs and stuff like that, and it's like, that's, every record's different. Every single record, every single production's different. The recording engineer is going to work different. The producer's going to work different from the last record that you worked on, even for the same client. So I don't mix from anywhere technical. I just do what I think sounds good, and I think that resonates with the right certain clientele that I.
So let me ask you then, what things specifically about a mix resonates your heartstrings? What are the things that make you?
Oh, I mean, that's anything. That's what like talking about the muse. you
Maybe
know?
like yesterday. Yeah. What
Um,
what made you feel
Oh,
yesterday? Or even?
yeah. I mean, the muse or whatever that thing that speaks to you about what drives you to mix a certain way or to like feel a certain way about a record, like that is. I mean, it's record dependent. Sometimes it's the rhythm section, real playing bass guitar, and rock band. Studying people like James, the Motown records and
Yeah.
shit. And it's like, sometimes it's like, oh man, the use of rests in this bass line really is amazing. Get a little bit of your hair sticking up on the back of your arm kind of thing. Because you're just like, wow, that was something about the feel, that groove that just that speaks to you. And other times it's the lyrics, 95% of the time for most people it's probably going to be the vocal. That is the most human aspect of the whole music creation thing. So when people don't sing the bass line, they don't sing the rhythm section, they sing lyrics, right? So yeah, I mean, it's whatever's gonna speak to you about that record, whatever's gonna make you excited to sit down to that record when you're listening to the reference mix or the rough mix. That's the thing that you just have to gravitate, appreciate. I'm feeling something. Try and get this down, get this out on Pro Tools, Logic. But yeah, I don't know. There's nothing, no one thing. I think people just gravitate towards whatever speaks.
There's Lou's gonna ask something in a minute here, but briefly, like sometimes I wonder. I consider myself to be generally creative. I was like, why didn't I do animation or like film or like do anything else? Writing, no, because I
Comedy.
suck at writing and I failed at my AP English. All right, that's why. And
Not good at math.
yeah, unfortunately, I am actually.
Oh, shit. So now your parents are holding it against you. They're like, you should have been an accountant.
Yeah, for real. And then I've always done creative things, and I
Sure.
wonder why I ended up in music, right? And it's something that the muse, the Tao, the whatever the fuck you want to call it. Something I was watching Sing with my kids.
Okay.
Fucking Sing, dude.
Yeah.
Illumination.
Yeah.
And it was the last scene where like they all get together and do their final show, and I'm like crying like a child. And I'm like, what is music? What is happening right now? I'm like, this is why. There's something, it's the story without its immediate pathway to emotion.
Yeah. I mean, it's been around as long as people have gathered around fires and beat drums in it. Think about like Bavarian throat singers and people that would just go out in the hills and just do resonate off each other in weird ways, and it's part of their culture. It was so important. Music is primitive. It's part of, I think, what makes us human in a way. I heard one person refer to music as the voice of God because it's something that just speaks to everybody. You don't have to understand the language. You can just hear whatever the music is, and emotion will speak to you. It translates universally. And, I think that's a real thing. I think that's probably the thing that solidifies my belief in that what we do is important as people that try and bring the intangible into fruition in a way. I kind of like to think of ourselves as like sorcerers in that regard, because we're changing the way people feel because we're pushing air molecules, through physical. And so I think there's something that's really true and why it resonates.
So
Awesome.
let me ask you this, because to me, like I like your demeanor. Your the way you come off is very confident,
Oh, geez,
self-aware.
I'm sorry to fool you.
I knew he was a dumb. But I feel like kind of like what was stated earlier, our personality really shows through mixes. And what our preference, our unique sound is what comes out.
Mhm.
Now, DK asked the question of why do you mix the way that you do, but rather instead of asking a continuation of that,
Sure.
what is it that you believe you as part of your process? What is something that you have found to be fundamental in your mix process that kind of helps define what you're after and gets you there? some people say they like top down, some people like doing bottom up, but
Oh, I do
I feel
bottom
like
up.
it's a lot more involved in that when it comes down to the personality of the.
Well, I think one of the things I've learned about myself personally in the past like year or two is that being somebody that tried to be a very stringent kind of template based person, I realized in the past 18 months that that is not me. My best work comes from just managing the chaos of the sessions. Talking
Do
with
you
my
primarily work in sessions that you're given, or are you primarily given stems?
it varies.
Okay.
It depends. Like sometimes you got to be the guy that puts together the master session because the thing was recorded by one person, and then they sent over a 2-track acapella to a producer that did something totally different, and then all of a sudden you're playing the Frankenstein game of kind of Frankenstein this thing together. So but a lot of times it stems these days, if not a Pro Tools session. And basically, if it's a Pro Tools session, I want everything. I want it the way it came. I'm gonna work within their mix bus. I'm gonna work within the way they send it because they put a shit ton of time in this, and I'm not going to deconstruct it just to rebuild it in the way that I think it should. I'm going to kind of take what I believe is their initial, I guess,
Format?
meaning, the initial like take on the record. Whatever they're trying to convey with their song, because it's not art. As much as we love this shit, as much as we put a lot of time into what we do and like we make it our own, it is still somebody else's art. It's somebody else's intellectual property, and I try and be more respectful of that now more than ever. And so like, sometimes if it's a record that I think I can deconstruct and rebuild, I'm going to do the bottom up, because I'm a rhythm bass for a long time out of really, really terrible band. And
wait, hold on. Was the band terrible or were you terrible?
Oh, probably, all around. There's a reason. There's a reason why I do this.
What the fuck?
I actually have somebody once told me, they're like, every audio engineer is a failed musician.
I'm leaving, dude. That's way too true.
That hits DK a little too close to home.
Sorry, brother.
Fuck,
The room got
Sorry.
real quiet once you said that.
Hey,
So I love all my guitars, but I don't think I have any more amps.
See, so I played bass for like a damn near a decade, and now I haven't played in another decade. So it's been like almost the amount of time since I stopped playing completely, and just been full into audio. But it's like, if it's a really great groove on a record, I'm gonna do bottom up. If the record feels really nicely glued already, if there's a lot of vibe already, I don't want to ruin the direction. That was where I was looking. Direction of the record that's already set in place before me. I'm just gonna work within the chaos. Try to identify what I like about it, bring that out more, do it while staying true to the initial intent of what the
Gotcha.
artist did.
There you go. There you go. I think
Thank you very much.
navigating chaos is something that we must be.
Well,
Incredibly.
yeah, I mean, the nature of the beast, the nature of the creation process is chaos. The guy that taught me my initial steps in the audio journey was a guy by the name of Tom Anderson, and he was
This is back in Ohio.
back in Ohio. But Tom,
Shout out
phenomenal.
Tom.
Yeah, well, he's
We love you, Tom.
yeah,
MySpace.
But he told
LinkedIn.
me that when you go into a recording situation, that you need to treat it as if you are a nurse entering the delivery room, somebody that's giving birth, because it's not. It's like literally the same. I guess, frustration. Artists are, once again, they're trying to pull something they hear out in their mind out of the ether and have it come through these speakers, right? And you're supposed to be there to help them along that journey. You're supposed to be a guiding hand or the person that brings that into fruition. And so he would say, like, oh, well, like, you just have to go into these situations with the correct demeanor and just understand that what they're going through is there's so much frustration going on in their mind trying to pull this thing out and convey what they hear inside their head, communicate it to a producer and an engineer and whoever else is in the room, that need to go into these situations just with the type of demeanor that this environment you're going into is stressful, but is beautiful at the same time, and there's pure chaos. You have to be able to navigate.
Yeah. because this is the first time we're meeting, I have an hour's worth of questions that I want to keep asking you
Yeah,
to kind of dig into your brain a little bit.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we're out of time. David, is there anything that you want to say? Anything that you want to tell the people, the next generation of engineers, anything like that?
No, I mean, I think you're saying you had FOMO about missing out on the big studio experience. And I would say don't hear that. I mean, there's a path that's right for everybody. You know, I went through doing the figure it out one client at a time thing before I came out to LA. That's what I got. I understand the build it one client at a time thing, and I understand the going through the boot camp of a big producer or mixer, because I did that too. And there's like, once again, there's no right way, right? Either way, it's a crapshoot. It really is. Either way, it's gonna take you just showing up every day and a little bit of luck, and that's the thing that's gonna separate you from people that fall to the wayside. That you're gonna be the and waiting for your moment, your opportunity. Hopefully, when that comes, you will have enough skill sets under your belt that take advantage of that moment and really seize it. I think that's the most important thing. It's a waiting game. It's a time game. You're not going to come out first year and be the biggest thing in the world. You might, you know, because the world's crazy and that's how shit works sometimes. But going back to the same thing that everyone always talks about is just consistency, persistence, and yeah, no matter which path you go, as long as you continue waking up each day working towards that end goal, you're going to do all right. As long as you got the skill sets, you're going to be okay. It's just, you know, you just got to go through the horrors of the first few years that are going to be pretty rough, and you might learn a lot of lessons, and you might fall down more time. You might fall down a shit. I made so many mistakes in my, you know, working for Jay, working for myself. Gonna mess up, and the thing that's going to separate you, person that quits, is just take that. Go, okay, well, you know, I didn't fail. I learned. So as long as you go with that, you're gonna be.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
All right, standing ovation for David Navaji.
Yeah.
Thank you. For real. Yeah, we'll have to catch up more later.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much. One more time, give it up for David. Man, that was a yeah. We got one more last guest. We're coming to the end here. That is all I'm gonna say. Very rare interview. Again, I could ask questions for hours. Dude, he knows his shit. He knows his shit. Hear it. There's one more guest. One more final guest. I think I might be saving the best for fucking last. I think I might be saving the best for fucking last. That's what I think I'm doing here. All right. This is a dear friend of mine. She has been on our show multiple times. We've even eaten hot wings together on this Mixing Music podcast because we've done some collaborative episodes on her podcast, with her podcast. She is a phenomenal, one of the world's best recording engineers. I think I can say that. We're in fucking LA, yeah? Everyone put your hands together for the amazing Jenny! All right, one more time. Keep that applause going. Keep that applause going.
Damn, which one should I get?
All of them. All three. Holy.
Yo, the color filtering on that?
We're doing spatial audio for this podcast.
Yeah, welcome to the show again.
Yes.
Thank you for being patient and waiting.
Of course. I was falling asleep already.
Fuck. Well, the good.
Was it at least comfortable?
Yeah, on the couch right here, chilling.
Okay. I'm glad that you're on like a regular sleep schedule where 10:30 is making you sleepy.
Yes.
That's actually healthy.
Yeah, I think I've my career has gone long enough where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start sleeping at 9 p.m. Yeah.
9 p.m.
Yeah.
Hell
Why
yeah.
not?
Hell yeah. I wish I could sleep at 9 p.m. When did this happen? I mean, you're going crazy with you do mixing.
Yes.
You do?
Mixing, recording, Dolby Atmos.
And I wasn't
Yeah.
kidding when I said you're one of the best. I mean, like, I'm serious. Like, being in LA and doing anything of any caliber, you're one of the best out here. But I think you're a fantastic person. You
Thank you.
Yeah, your clientele list is amazing as well. Tell us about yeah, is this new that you've been able to go to bed on time as a recording engineer?
A little bit, maybe like 2 years ago. I feel like I only stay up late to work with artists that I like, producers that I, really like working for. Other than that, I think I'm at an age where I'm just like, do I really want to stay up late with this person? Do I even know this person?
Was this a decision or it's just like kind of happened?
I think it kind of just happened for me to just be like, I'm in control of my schedule, and also at the same time not to feel a little FOMO of like, fuck, I missed something, I probably missed a good opportunity. So nowadays I'm just like, usually the people who want me to stay up late is like people I like working with. So usually it's like a Dem Joins, or right now I'm working with this female singer named Rach. So she likes working late. So I'm like, okay, let's do it. And it's always like a fun studio session. So I'm like, I'll stay up late with you,
I have a question with that. We have touched on this with Bob Horn, but like, I'm assuming you set these boundaries, still getting with it.
Yeah, I mean, it comes in waves. Sometimes I'm doing a lot of recording sessions. Sometimes I'm only doing mixing. Sometimes I'm doing Dolby Atmos. So it's not a
We haven't
every.
even talked about that. Dolby Atmos.
It hasn't. It's not a real very like. It's not like I'm staying up late all the time. You
Yeah.
know. So right now, Rachel's on tour, so I get to work at home, mix, wake up maybe like at 10 a.m. and then or go to the gym like around 7. Get to work around 10 a.m., 11, and then finish around maybe 6, 9, depending how I feel.
Nice.
But yeah.
Amazing. You had a great. Do you still work at Spotify Studios?
No, I was there on a under contract for 3 to 6 months.
All right, you got to tell us about. Sometimes there was a few times where I'm on Instagram stories.
Yeah.
And of course, because we have all these cool friends out here, I see like cool gear.
Right.
And then I see you like, oh, look at me. My office is a fucking cruise ship on a yacht or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
No.
And you're like the most glorious fucking life ever. What is that about?
I mean, it's all the networking you do, Sometimes you could be anywhere. You could be last week in Cabo, you could be next month in Korea. It's all the networking you do.
And this is all just from recording.
Yeah.
Or is this...
It's all from recording. It's all honestly just being, if you want to be somewhere and you want to, work with the elite artists, or you want to work in a certain genre, you got to get to know these people, you got to be around these people. And eventually you end up being in their world, So been lucky enough to just travel and engineer and just be amongst other people who are like doing the same thing you do, but at a bigger level. So it feels really good to have those opportunities.
I have a question on top. Or
No, you go ahead.
Light touch. That's the politest shit I've ever heard on this podcast.
We're very polite here. Yes.
Yeah, so I talk shit to you.
Yeah, it's only DK we don't respect. It's okay. I remember it was either on, because you also have a podcast.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
I don't remember if it was on that or like an episode you did on the Mixing Music podcast. But you had a pretty cool story of how you first started getting clients.
Yeah.
Okay, like to kind of giving a.
Oh, it's a long
taste of that?
story.
Can you give the short version of
I
it?
found it very helpful.
It's funny because
so
I
think
literally was talking to one of the guys who works here about my transition from like working from a commercial studio into now then working into smaller home setups, like almost like this, like playback. There's a smaller studio, it's not commercial studio. The transition happened from, I was working in Orange County at a studio called Studio 770. They worked a lot with, they're still open, so they work a lot with classical music and jazz band music. I was there for 3 years, loved it, learned a lot of miking techniques. Shanti Haas is an amazing studio owner, dope. And then at some point I was like, okay, I want to work near home. At the time I lived in South LA. So I was like, okay, I want to work near home. I want to work with hip hop. I want to work with R&B. And I already had followed a bunch of smaller studios in LA on Instagram. But I was like, okay, let me just try Conway. Let me try Paramount. Sent out resumes, got an interview from Conway, and they were like, yeah, we love your resume. Da, da, da. I was there for a week, and then I remember just doing runner duties, going out for food, going out to all these fancy restaurants, and I was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna do this. Especially after coming from working at a big studio for 3 years. I was like, I'm not fucking doing this. So I quit, and then I was like, I'm gonna start submitting my resume and basically the work that I've done out to these smaller studios. And I started noticing that they put me on their roster to just be on call. And because of that, I started working at different studios and networking a lot better with producers, A&Rs, managers. And most of these A&Rs and managers not only manage independent artists, but they also manage, like, whether they work out of Rock Nation or Atlanta, they have bigger artists, you know, that they work with. So I was put back into these bigger rooms with the bigger consoles, the commercial rooms, and it just, my life has just kind of been like that. It's just been networking a lot, and end up working with like Haley Bailey, end up working with Rhapsody, at Spotify.
No Name too?
No Name too. Yeah, it's all
I
word of
fucking
mouth,
love No Name,
honestly.
yeah.
It's all word of mouth, and
Did you write down Pokemon?
yeah.
You did something
Wait.
for Pokemon?
I did.
Hold
Did you
on.
tell Lou this?
No, I'm not gonna brag, bro.
No, but like, I mean, I thought we were friends.
Oh, sorry, dude.
Lou just lives and breathes Pokemon.
I love Pokemon.
I
So when that
collect.
happened, I was like, I cried a little when it came out. Yeah, I was like, yo, bro, like.
Lou's crying right now just talking to you about
Yeah,
it.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I would have assisted. I would have been the runner.
Damn, dude, it was unexpected. I work with Umi. She's an amazing artist, and they asked her to do a. I guess they're, you know, they have a new episode, new
Yeah, the
series
new
on
generation.
Netflix.
They retired Ash and Pikachu.
Yeah, but hey, I checked. I was sick one time, and I swear I binged watched the new series, and it was so dope. I was like nostalgia.
out. I'll
Yeah,
give it a
check
shot.
it out. It's sick. So
Never thought we'd be talking about Pokemon today. Just saying.
yeah.
I knew. Since Lou's here, we were going to talk about Pokemon at some point.
Yeah.
But it was dope. I mean, I got to mix the record, and then I also did it in Dolby Atmos, and it was super dope because I always wanted to work with Pokemon or Sony, and they're both like, you know, shoulder to shoulder. So yeah, it's out. Go listen to it in Dolby Atmos
Definitely
or
will.
stereo mixing. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Woo, cool. I want to ask a question that you've probably been asked a bajillion times, and I think this is important to bring
Yeah.
out. Being a woman in the industry is no joke. It's tough, and there's not a lot of women. It's very unbalanced. We all know it, and we all feel guilty about it. It is tough, and we don't need to talk about it. But Jenny, why do you keep going? Why do you do what you do? Why music?
Shit. I just don't want to do anything else. Like I try other things. Although I do have a hobby that's coming up, but that's
Coming
not,
up?
yeah,
Oh.
pending. But that's not music. But it's just me because I feel like getting older. I'm like, okay, I need to do something else besides music. But other than that, it's I don't know. I like how it keeps me on my toes, and I keep learning and meeting people, and it just never ends. So I've always wanted to do music since I was a teenager. I played the trumpet. I was in a jazz band, classical band. I did the whole like high school band nerd thing, and I kind of just kept doing music. And now it's just like seeing myself not doing music. It's weird, you know what I mean? And my boyfriend does music too, so it's like I feel like I live it, I breathe it. It's a lifestyle, and I don't see myself doing anything else besides my hobby that I'm picking up. But other than
Can
that,
you tell us
yeah.
what your hobby is? Is it a secret?
Yeah,
now?
sure. Just because I feel like
You built this up. It better be fucking weird. That's like I'm.
It is kind of weird. It's
Okay,
kind of
good.
like older, I'm doing real estate, so I'm trying to get my license.
Oh yeah.
You know,
you're trying to do like well with your life.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a couple houses, you know, anybody.
Most people call it their livelihood.
So, you know, the money got to keep coming, you know. Music is tight, but
I thought you were gonna say like
money's
foraging
dope.
mushrooms in the forest or something like that.
You never know, man. I could buy acres of land, you know, one day. But yeah. Yeah.
All right, cool. Good for you. Good for you. How do you feel about people talking about women in the industry? Does that bug you, or do you think that we should talk about it more often? Or I wonder, is there also a part of you that scares women into joining because we talk about how scary it is?
I think it annoys me when we give it a topic and something like it's a problem. It's more like I like when people treat it as like an action, like showcase, like, look, this is this person working on this is that person I'm working on that. And it's I love it when it's a constant thing rather than like a holiday, you know what I mean? Like Women's Month is like everybody wants you to be on their podcast, everybody wants to interview, everybody wants a piece of you that month, but the rest of the year it's like all quiet, you know what I mean? It's like we're not a holiday, you know, we're like always working, you know. So it's like that's the only thing that annoys me, when people try to just pinpoint a thing, and it's just like, no, man, we're all out here working, you know, we're all out here in different studios doing different things, post, film, music, whatever it is, you know. It's always a thing, and we should make it a habit of just like incorporating this into our daily music lives, you know. So it's dope that we have all these organizations, because when I started, I had no idea about She Is the Music or Sound Girls or anything like that, you know. So it's awesome to see these different organizations throughout the year develop mentorships and highlight women, you know, throughout the year, rather than just once a month or once a week for that like Women's Month.
Does it bug you that I'm being genuine? Does it bug you when I ask questions like that? Especially for the podcast. And stuff
Not
like
you, because you know you're the homie, so I'm just like, okay, you're just very interested.
But
and,
there is some truth to that. There is some truth to like.
Yeah, like if it's a new podcast and they're like, is there something you don't want us to like highlight? I'm like, well, don't ask me like the basic question where it's like, how does it feel to be a woman? I'm like, I don't, you know, like in the music industry, I don't ask you like, how does it feel to be a man? You know, like it's natural to me. Like sometimes I forget I'm a woman in the industry. I'm just working every day and being the best I can, you know?
Actually,
You know, it's going to sound kind of funny because, you know, you've done some sessions for us at the studio and
Right.
stuff. And I think we've talked about it before when we were there, where I'm like, one of the biggest things that was like, why hire Jenny over like some of the other people in the roster
Mhm.
for certain sessions? I'm like, she's tough as shit. You know what I mean? So I know no matter what client we have in front of her, she's going to kill it.
Yeah.
But she knows what she's doing. Like,
Yeah.
I don't have to second guess it. It's not a gender thing. It's not an
Yeah.
opportunity thing. It's just like, yo, I met Jenny, talked to her. Crystal's dope too.
Yeah.
Shout out to
we've
Crystal. by the
got-
way.
yeah, shout out
Yeah.
to Crystal. And then like once we actually got to know each other a little more, I'm like, wait, she actually knows what the fuck she's doing. The same way I talk to any of the other guys, because anybody that's ever worked for us, and there's a few people here who have that
Mhm.
can attest, like when asked when can I engineer my first session, I'm like, you're still not there yet.
Yeah.
And it's something that you can read off of people who
Yeah.
know what they're doing.
Yeah.
There's a certain level of confidence and just level of communication that you can tell right away.
Yeah.
You've always had this demeanor that it's like, just throw her in the room. It'll
Yeah.
be fine.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. And it's to the point where, like you said, it's not a matter of like, you know, Women's Month or this and that, or throw this opportunity here because she's like,
Yeah.
you want somebody who's dope? Go talk to this person.
Yeah.
They're dope. Not talk to this girl, but talk to this person. They are
Yeah.
dope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
I don't want to overspeak and say something that I'll regret. You can punish me for it later. But there's, as a business studio owner, like as a business guy that hires the engineer, the last thing that I want to think about when hiring someone that I'm committing to lose money on, potentially until I get more money when I pay the session, is whether or not they're tough enough to be able to endure the session, regardless of gender. Like, can they handle the pressure of being there? Because some of these artists and clients are the kindest people in the world. And some of these clients are fucking assholes. And I think that that's something that undeniably I never have ever worried about you Lou and I were like, we can fucking call Jenny. Yeah, no worries about it.
Yeah.
And then I've also had some,
We've
regardless
had
of,
one person quit engineering after their first session.
yeah, and this is like a dude that like benches more than Lou and I combined. And it's like he could crush us. And
Actually,
that,
technically, no. I've been able to match and overdo them on certain.
all right,
sets.
all right, all right, all right. Okay, fine. All right. So
Correct
whatever.
that.
Yeah, correct me. All right, but just proving a point. Lou.
Get it
All right,
straight.
yeah, fucking proving a point, Lou. All right, but I do think like that is one thing that's undeniably important. Even practically from the business owner's perspective, and that's something that I think is incredibly something that you do very well at. You've created this brand of you're just a good worker, reliable.
Yeah,
Reliable.
thank you. Yeah, I mean that's I love posting my work because it's like I could post a billion pictures of myself and probably get better likes and stuff and follows or whatever. But I like my work to highlight myself, you know what I mean? Like this is what I do, you know?
Yeah.
And then like it's crazy because I'll post a bunch of my work and then I'll meet someone at a party or at a like a networking event and they're like, "Oh, you're Jenny?" Like, yeah, and I'm like, "Yeah," and like, "Oh, I didn't even notice who you know, you were in a dress," and I'm just like, "Yeah, I'm a fucking woman." Like, you know, I can look pretty when I'm not in the studio. You know, like I wear hoops,
My
I can
name
wear
is
heels.
Jenny.
Yeah, I didn't even notice you there, and I was like, "Oh, well, you know, yeah."
That's funny.
You know, what do you expect me to like wear a long black shirt to like the holiday
I'm
party?
just imagining Lou shaking his ass on Instagram from now on for the follows.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, but there was once a
No,
story.
no,
clip.
no, there was not. We're not
There
talking
was.
about that. We're not
That's
talking
where we'll
about
cut it
that.
out.
You did have an OnlyFans at one point, and
Actually,
I
no.
did click
I
on
do
it,
have an OnlyFans.
and I clicked on it, and then it said, "I knew you would click perv."
That's all that's on there. I'm sorry, guys, to disappoint. Don't subscribe. There ain't shit. But for all of you that do click, it literally
Oh,
does say
man.
that.
Man, that's what I found out. I'm a pervert. All right.
You want to know something funny? I actually have that on my link tree, and I actually check once in a while to see if anybody else has clicked. There's like 500 clicks on it. So 500 individuals, or maybe the same person 500
Damn,
times,
dude.
has clicked on that shit.
Damn, dude.
I don't know what they see in this.
You're doing audio.
You
Why are
need
still
to
doing
start
audio, dude?
charging for those
Yeah.
clicks for
And
real.
then just
Get
put
out of
like
mixing,
YouTube
dude.
Yeah.
tutorials.
Yeah,
just
why
repost them
not?
there.
Shit, someone can have like all
You
the.
want my template? It's on my OnlyFans.
Yeah, exactly, dude. There you go.
That's crazy. Jenny, any last things that you want to say before we end
Or
this,
plug.
end this or plug?
Plug?
estate?
Shit, I don't know. Just follow me on Instagram. That's it. On
jny.mixedit
yeah,
at jny.mixedit.
yeah. And then for the few, I know it's a lot of dudes in here, but we're doing WAGPOM. Women's Audio Mission is doing a conference on Sunday.
Well, there's lots of people live.
So if I see you
Amanda
there,
knows about it.
yeah.
Where is this at?
Did everyone look at
It's
you
at the
when she said
Village
that?
Studios in Hollywood,
Sick.
somewhere there.
Oh.
But yeah, man.
And if you're interested more in that, you can DM Jenny.
Yeah,
Follow her first. And DM her.
yeah, because that shit is blocked.
It's the
So I gotta
honorable
see.
move. It's the honorable move.
Yeah, I gotta see if you're like real to answer back. Yeah,
No
because I
spam.
got people DM me like, "Hey, you don't read your DMs," and I'm like, I didn't see your DM," and they're like, "I've been trying to DM you about work," and then there were I noticed that they were in the if I don't follow them or accept their follow, I don't get to see any of their messages. And
Oh,
I was
they're in
just
the
like,
request
email might be
"Ooh,
better?
Shit, my bad.
Email might
Email. No, but no, I took it off, so you
Spam.
can
Spam
DM
the
me. Yeah.
All right. Well, Jenny, so thank you so much. Thank you for being so patient to be the end. You are one of my favorite people ever, especially in this industry. Everybody, stand up, standing ovation,
Yeah.
round of applause for Jenny. We are a little over time now. We are come to the end. Everybody, put your fucking hands together for yourselves for sticking out today for Playback Los Angeles.
Shout out to OT.
Shout out to OT for the team. Yeah, we got Zane on the keyboard on the live stream. We got Lucas with the guests. Shout out to the fucking legends that were here tonight. Oh my goodness. All right, I have to say, I gotta say something here. Long time coming. Lou, this guy right here, this is my fucking brother. All right, and this guy, I want to say, we hit 1 million downloads together. This guy joined the podcast about a year after I started it, so I'm getting to the point where I can't even take much credit for starting it anymore. I cannot have done it with this man who keeps me in check, calls me out for being a dumbass. Who also forces me to like look things up to like fact check. And this guy, can you
tell me about espresso?
I want to say, for real, live on the pod, when I first moved to LA, I had one of the toughest years I could possibly. Back-to-back things that were not going right. Legal stuff, money stuff, family stuff. Dad to an unexpected disabled kid, just shit. People screwed me over. Just like the scariest things in this new place of LA. So alone. There's one dude through all my chaotic fuckery that stuck with me this entire time, this day. Always been reliable. To be quite frank, many times when he didn't have. That was fucking Lou. So give your hands up. Put your hands together for me. Put your hands together for me. This here is my brother. We got 1 million downloads! We're going to keep this train going. I don't care. I'm going to talk about Eastern philosophy more on this podcast. I don't give a shit.
And that's where we end.
I ain't never going to stop. I ain't never going to stop.
Can't stop the machine.
Yeah, that's that. And lastly, for everybody on the stream and everyone here tonight, the exclusive episodes are now on Spotify. They're bugging you. You're seeing what you're missing out on. I'm purposely creating FOMO. You know who's the guy that lets me do this? One of my now good friends. This guy was a listener of the podcast at first, and then eventually reached out to me. Classic nepotism type vibes, and then fucking this guy. From the moment that we met, I knew he was gonna work his ass off. I've had way too many interns, way too many people that have wanted to do things with me. I can sniff out red flags, but this guy, genuinely one of the best people ever. Funny, honest, can take a fucking joke, is kind, genuinely cares, the empathy of a god. I swear on my life. James Dean, James Parrish. Everybody put your hands together for James. Yeah, there you go. This guy is always so nervous. He hates talking in public. He tells me all the time, he's like, dude, I only do this because I fucking love the show.
Yeah.
And
I'm terrified every episode.
he may be big, but he's a shaking puppy. I tell you. And so it is again, I cannot be more honored to have you on the show, and I want to personally thank you,
Thank you.
for doing so much for the podcast and for the exclusive content, and more beyond that, just like Lou, being a reliable, something that I need definitely, because I'm bashing. So thank you so much.
It takes two of us to.
Why is there three that shit crazy people?
Yeah.
And with the end of the episode, the last people that I want to thank is everyone here in this audience. A lot of first timers that have never listened to the podcast. How was that? How was that tonight? Was that good? Was that good? This is exactly the par of quality that we do. Actually, this is our worst episode. Every other episode that we've ever done is better than this. You should go check it out.
You didn't get religious today.
I did not get religious. No, I don't get religious. I get philosophical.
Real quick, rank the religions. Which one's your favorite?
The Church of Satan.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. Name your favorite race, dude.
Marathons.
Yeah, marathons, dude. Ultra marathons. Hell yeah. I'm gonna do a little humble brag here, but I'm gonna tell a story that I told one of my last podcasts. If y'all didn't know, I'm an ultra runner. I do 50-mile races. I do 100-mile foot races. I run for what David Goggins says for days. I do that for fun because I'm You had good parents, I didn't. So that's a joke. That was a joke. All right. No, it's because I learned something, and I want to share this last thing that I think kind of sums up all the lessons that we. I don't say this to brag, and it's really funny when I bring this up. It scares people. It's very intimidating. Just like when we meet someone amazing, like Jenny or Irko or like David, right? We get nervous and we feel like we don't belong, and there's this feeling of validation that Trevor brought up today. I mean, meeting Bob Horn, right? The GOAT, and you find out that he's like the nicest guy ever, right? There's something that I learned. If you need validation, if you seek validation, and if you're insecure and you don't feel like you're becoming competitive and turning that energy into competition will get you to mile 80. We'll get you to finish a fucking marathon. But in a 100-mile race, when you're with the best of the best and your feet are on fire, you can't even feel them. Everything's inflamed and your body is broken. You are literally causing harm to your body. You know what gets people from 80 to 100? Gets them to the fucking. It's a removal of any need for validation. It's a removal of any need for competition, which is based on the comparison of someone else. It is nothing but genuine and pure love for running. All it is. It's not because you need to prove someone wrong or to prove yourself right. It's because at the end of the day, just love it. And it doesn't need to be existential. You don't need to give it a purpose. To give it a purpose is to almost dishonor the. This is, I told you we're going to get into Eastern philosophy a little. This is a little Japanese here, but not everything needs purpose. Not everything direction. It's okay to dance with fate and to dance with the winds of fate and just enjoy. And I think that if you can let go and become spontaneous, there you go. If you can become spontaneous and learn to just love the craft like a child, I think everyone in this can mentally take. Everyone here, every person that we interviewed loves, genuinely, I think you all felt it, genuinely loves music. And we lose track of that, especially when we're learning, especially as we are frustrated with ourselves and we aren't getting the validation that we think we need. Everybody gets frustrated. I want to say that as normal as those things are, the way to win, the way to do well is to keep that love for music so fucking close to you. That thing is a slippery son of a. And you will lose it. Don't worry about the money. It may come, it may not ever come. Right? But it definitely won't. Now, whatever success you define it at, whatever you define success, it won't come. Lose that passion. And it's very hard to keep. It's very hard. The people that you met here tonight are some of the elite in the world of maintaining. Has the deepest love, genuine, deep love for them. A love that you cannot find much else. Don't lose that love. That's the last thing I want to say. Thank you so much for coming to the Mixing Music Podcast live special episode. And on that note, happy mixing, my friends, and stay saucy. All right. Let's cut the live stream.
After party.
It kind of sounded like the end of a testimony where you like wrap it up and you're like, can I say these things?
Jesus Christ, dude.
Hell yeah, dude.
No, that's when he has to end it now.
Do TED Talks. I was just saying, cult leader DK.
Cult leader DK.
You would be very charismatic as a cult leader.
I'm aware of the
Okay, good. As you do.
It's honestly a little scary.
You gotta keep anime going mine somehow.
Oh, before y'all leave, can we take a picture? Can we take a picture? Before y'all leave, everybody line up right here. Can everybody line up in front? I want to take a picture with everybody. The audience. This is a really special night.
DK, just see me hitting the Asian squat the entire time.
Oh yeah?
Sweet.
Yeah, dude. You guys on the ground? Hell yeah, dude. All right, everybody get in. Everybody get in. Everybody squeeze in. You want to get in too? Bob wants to get in. Everybody say, come in, Bob. Everybody come in, Bob. Bob. Lou, go over there. Go over there. Go over there. Yeah, everybody over there.
right in the front.
Can you take a picture with mine too?
Right here. It's the 5-8.
Alright, guys.
We're gonna have Lou laying
Oh,
down.
everybody's
We gotta hold Lou. Everyone
carry Lou right now.
Where's Dave?
Just Jesus poses left hand.
Oh boy.
All right, I
Come on, DK.
I don't.
Oh, and
You
I'm
can't
moving
run-
this
That
camera.
did not
I'm
go wide
just blocked
enough
by the
yet.
camera. That's they wanted me
This
here.
doesn't go wide enough. We'll just use
Hit the
DK.
0.5.
I don't know. This is. Okay. Oh boy.
Hey, check the Eva sticker. Aliens.
What?
The Evangelions.
Oh.
Sorry, just weeb dog.
Check the.
I can't.
I have the You can also do 0.5.
Starting 11 squat.
Hey, thank you. Stick around, talk to each other. We'll be here if we want to talk to us today.
But D, I gotta go to bed.
Go to bed. I actually need to go to bed too. We need to clean up, so talk to us while we're cleaning up. If you
No, I never met the
volunteer
third
time to
person.
help clean up, we would appreciate it, but then no obligation.
Just because of like.
All right, let's get out of here.
Yeah, especially when it comes to like.
Thank you,
Like
everybody.
how they were mentioning, they're like, well, it's mainly beneficial for the engineer, so they're also looking for
Yeah,
their
dude,
budget.
this is really good. Turn it all around. It wasn't.
No, we didn't get a bad week.
DK, I would say we leave it alone for now until people clear the room because we have a bunch of little. Yeah.
Everybody, if you can move into the lobby, so we can clean up the cables, please. Get the hell
Yeah, but I get it. Like honestly speaking, like even then I was like going on tour.
I gotta play Concord.
You gotta play the
This is someone.
Thank you so much for taking photos.
Hey, thanks for coming down. Thanks for coming down. Of course. Nice to meet you. Nice
Oh, yeah.
to meet you.
It's when he was telling me that booth is like that wasn't the booth.
Yeah.
I was like, it was Diego.
Yeah, we got.
Yeah,
I need to.
yeah. It's one of those where like I saw he got hired for another Empire studio. I'm like, this is why I never liked it. It's just all flash, no actual quality.
How are the papers?
I was pulling the names random.
What name?
Guess.
It's like random order. The guests coming in.
Yeah. So I was pulling the guest names out random. There was no order with the guests.
Yes.
Oh.
Special.
And I was like,
Interviews.
what do we have to do with any of this? You're not.
The interviews were totally random. Yeah.
There we go. That makes more sense.
Oh, thank you for.
Nice.
What he's doing is saying, get the fuck out of here passively.
That wasn't a total fail.
That's why we did
That
it.
wasn't a total fail.
We would have done it for free.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I like
Welcome
it.
to the
Push it
show.
So there's like a sign.
Yo, what up, man?
Dude, we should have this guy on.
Well, I already knew that I was like, there's the chaos of everything going on. Like,
My bad, bro.
honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, no. It was,
I'm gonna assume that he did.
Nightmare, good to see you again. I'm glad you were able to get in.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, don't apologize. You're good. Hell yeah. It seemed like the live stream. Like, oh, they stream it too?